At Ancestry, we call it a hint. Our little leaf that can help guide you through the past. With just a name, your journey begins. A journey that can cross generations and continents, all to reveal the untold story of how you became you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Chief Marketing Officer of Family Search and the creator of the RootsTech Conference, Shipley Munson.
Welcome to the third and final day of RootsTech 2016. Has everybody had a great time? Yeah. How many of you were able to enjoy the Cultural Night event last night in the Expo Hall? Isn't that kind of fun? And speaking of the Expo Hall, don't we have a great collection of companies and exhibits this year? Fantastic. How about a round of applause for all our exhibitors? They do a terrific job. I want you to know that the innovation you saw in the Expo Hall is alive and well in family history. Speaking of innovation, at yesterday's Innovator Showdown right here in this room, we crowned the winner of this year's competition. Developers from around the world submitted their most exciting innovations in the family history space, and after starting with 46 contestants, we narrowed the field down to 6 finalists. These 6 finalists. And right now, we're excited to announce this year's winners. I've spoken with the judges, and they said to me that all of the innovations this year were so outstanding that it was especially difficult to choose the winner. Now, let's begin. In third place is Paul Brooks, who came here all the way from Doncaster, South Yorkshire in the United Kingdom with Twile. Twile is an app that turns your family tree into rich visual memories of your family history, making it more exciting and engaging for the whole family. Not only did Twile receive third place, but Paul won the hearts of the people with the People's Choice Award. Remember, votes were cast here in the room and over the live stream. Paul was awarded $6,000 in cash and $10,000 in in-kind services for third place, as awarded by our distinguished panel of judges, and for the People's Choice, an additional prize of $10,000 cash for a total of $26,000 in cash and in-kind services. Let's give it up for Twile. The second place winner is Michael Chang with Studio by Legacy Republic, who won $14,000 in cash and $15,000 in in-kind services. Studio is a portable device that uses 3D laser scanning technology and your iPhone to capture precious photos. Now, here's the amazing thing. Once captured, your photos and documents look crisper, sharper, better, and with truer color than the original on the day the original was taken. That's amazing. That's amazing. And this works not just for a single, but for thousands and thousands of photos. Could we have a round of applause for Studio? Amazing product. And now, first place with $20,000 in cash and $25,000 in in-kind services is Heather Holmes of Tap Jeans. Tap Jeans is a mobile app and web service that makes gathering family health histories collaborative, fast, and relatively painless. By using Tap Jeans' family health history tool, a little time spent on your family health history today can translate into a brighter and healthier tomorrow. Let's take a look.
Family ties us together, not just emotionally, but physically. We share more than just common traits. We share the same genes. And each generation holds a new chapter. Tap Jeans is a place where that story can live. I can see family connections come to life in an easy-to-understand genealogy health tree. From allergies to medications to doctor's notes, all our health information is right here. And everyone's personal health portraits are just a tap away. So I can manage complex health issues, identify risks, and prevent problems before they happen. With TAP Genes, I can make the best decisions for my family's health today and be prepared for tomorrow. Take control of your family's health today at tapgenes.com.
Another round of applause for TAP Genes. I love a good healthcare video without a long list of possible side effects. Tremendous innovation from all of our Innovator Showdown participants. One more time, you can see the details of these contestants and all the fantastic Innovator Showdown finalists at rootstech.org/showdown. Please, one more round of applause. And now I'm excited to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day, Mike Levitt. Thank you. For those of you who know Mike, during his early career, Mike Levitt built businesses in the risk management space here in Utah. He then entered public service, one of 2 people being elected 3 times as governor of Utah, and only one of 2 individuals to go from the governor's mansion on South Temple to the cabinet of a president of the United States. In Mike's case, he occupied 2 different chairs in the cabinet of President George W. Bush. First, as administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, and then as the head of the largest, in terms of budget, federal department as Secretary of Health and Human Services. And we are delighted to hear what Mike has to say to us today. You know, I heard Mike speak a while back, and I was absolutely amazed at the variety and depth of the wonderful stories he has to tell about his family, about his time in Utah, and about his time in Washington, and the impact that that has had on many generations of Levitts and vice versa. Mike has a unique way of presenting, and he will explain it in a minute. You see, just like in the Innovator Showdown, you with your mobile devices will decide what stories he tells us, and I'll leave it at that. Please welcome to the stage Governor Mike Levitt.
Good morning, RootsTech. As Shipley said, I love stories. In the spring of every year, Jackie and I, when we were in service as governor, had what we deemed to be one of our favorite events. We would invite everyone in the entire state of Utah who had turned 100 years of age or older to come to the governor's residence where we would celebrate their lives. Every year, something memorable happened. One year, there was a man who was 102. His wife was a mere 99. They had been married for 77 years. That is exactly the way I responded. I said, 77 years is a long time. And he responded in a voice about like this, it is a long time. But we're going to get a divorce. I said, you're going to get a divorce after 77 years? Why now? Wanted to wait until the kids were dead. That is a line I want to use on my own someday. Just after I was elected, our only daughter, Anne-Marie, was, I think, about 10 years old. And I was tiptoeing out of the house one day very early, late for a meeting. And she said, I have to talk to you. I said, I'm in a bit of a hurry. What is it? She said, I need to know, if you get married, does it mean you're going to have a baby? I said, that isn't what that means. She said, so how does that happen then? Now, you've all been in this situation. And I said to her, Anne-Marie, I want to talk with you about this, but I want Mom to be there when we do. She said, you don't know, do you? Well, today I'd like to talk just a bit about family stories and stories in general. I'd like to talk about the way I tricked myself into writing a personal history that has had great meaning to me and I believe my family. I like to tell stories, and once I began to think, the stories I've been telling in some of my speeches and when I interact, they seem like I've used them for too long. I think I'll see if I can come up with some new ones. And one Sunday afternoon, I took out a pad of paper and I thought, I'm just going to see if I can fill a page full of ideas. And it took about 10 minutes as I started writing down things I had remembered. I thought that was fairly easy. I wonder if I could do 100. And I just started writing down 1 or 2 or 3 words that would remind me of some event in my life, not profound things, but just things that I had remembered. And I got 100 within a relatively short time. I thought, I wonder if I could do 1,000. And I started a little project called 1,000 Stories, and I just didn't write the story, I just wrote a line, and I found myself amused by it. And I went home to Cedar City, where I grew up, and drove down the street, and everywhere I looked, there was a little story I could write. And before I knew it, I had 1,000 stories, or at least 1,000 storylines. And I put it aside, and a couple of months later, I got it out again and thought, I think I'll just group these into buckets and see if I can't at least put them into categories. And then I put it aside for a while, and then I saw a history that my great-great-great-grandmother had written that was 8 pages long, handwritten. It was so meaningful to me. And I concluded, I need to get those 1,000 stories out and at least write a little bit. It doesn't have to be pretty. And before I knew it, I had written, and I enjoyed it. And it turned out to be a couple of volumes of personal history. And not long ago, my daughter told me one of the most rewarding things. She said, our 8-year-old says that a Saba story, they call me Saba, is their favorite nighttime bedtime story. A meaningful thing to me, and I tricked myself into it. Well, I've begun to write a bit on my public service, and I've used the same technique. I have written a whole series of stories down, and so Shipley said it might be a good idea to have you help me tell a bit about decide which ones I tell. So you're going to see on the screen, I think, a list of topics. There we go. And I want you to get your cell phone out, hold it up, and you'll see up on the top a keyword. Go to the area of texting, and in the place where it says to, put 91011. And then read through that list of things, whether it's the governor's mansion fire, a little bit about the Oval Office, winning the Romney nomination, Olene Walker, and the day I talked to her about becoming governor, or life as a cabinet member, working at the White House, when George Bush decided, or at least when I thought he was deciding to run for president, the day Utah won the Olympic bid. Let's just see what you'd like to hear about. Well, let's start down at the bottom, the day Utah won the Olympic bid, and you can keep voting. There'll be a lot of people in this audience who will remember this. You will remember that we had worked as a state to seek the Winter Olympic Games. The day that the bid was to be decided, we were in Budapest. The Olympic Committee was to vote. We put all of our effort into describing what a good job we would do, etc. The Olympic Committee went out to vote, and we were in an auditorium about the size of this, and there were 4 bid cities who had all put the same amount of effort as we had. Many of you will remember that at the City and County building here in Salt Lake City, 130,000 people had gathered. We were awaiting the outcome. In three other cities, the same thing was occurring. We all waited in the audience with a lot of tension, and suddenly the door opened on the side of an auditorium about like this one, and one at a time, the members of the International Olympic Committee came out onto the stage. And finally, the last person out was Juan Antonio Samaranch, the chairman of the International Olympic Committee. It was one of those moments when everyone's heart beat together at the same time for the same reason. That happens so rarely. If you were at work, you were hovered around a television or a radio. If you were on the road, you pulled over to hear what was happening. Let me just remind you what happened. We have a video. Okay, click the little arrow on the bottom. There you go.
The National Olympic Committee has decided to award the organization of the 19th Olympic Winter Games in 2002 to the city of Salt Lake City.
That was a great memory for me. Okay, back to the list. Let's see what else there is. All right, let's go up to the governor's mansion fire. Many of you will remember this. We love the governor's mansion. It was such a wonderful place for our family to reside. Our youngest child, at the time we were elected, I think was about 3 years old. And one day I called home, and we had a conversation about like this. He answered the telephone. Hello? I said, Weston, is that you? It's me. Can I talk to Mom? She's busy. What about Anne Marie? It's his sister. She's busy too. What are they so busy doing? Looking for me. It was a great place for our family to be. I might add that we were the first family to actually occupy the governor's residence for a long time, and we sort of changed the culture there, I might add. So December the 15th of that year, I was preparing to go to the legislature and present my budget address, just going over the last details, and my security came in and said, Governor, there's been a small fire on the second floor at the governor's residence, but I think we have it all out. Well, it seemed to me that's probably someplace I ought to be checking, and so I jumped in the car and drove to the governor's residence, and as I turned the corner, I could tell that it was not a small fire, and it was not completely out. In fact, I saw flames coming out of the top of the governor's residence. My thought would have been exactly what yours was, to immediately look to see if my family was okay. And I found Jackie and little Weston and the members of some colleagues of hers in the parking lot, snow coming down, watching the flames. It was a dramatic moment in our lives. As I'm happy to say that everyone was safe. Jackie tells the story of having been working in the residential area with the family. She heard a crackling outside of her room, and she went out and saw flames shooting up from a Christmas tree that had been placed in the center of the atrium and improperly wired, and a spark had set the flame off. It was Christmas time, and if you ask my children about the most memorable Christmas that we ever had, it was being together after we had lost essentially everything we had, People were so kind. That week, we went to the homeless shelter and helped there, giving a special meaning to us. We were taken care of, but others weren't. And it was a profound moment. Gratefully, over the next couple of years, the residence was restored into a wonderful place. We were able to use it in so many ways to entertain guests and to show the best of the state. One of the memories I have of after it was repaired was the Dalai Lama was going to come to Salt Lake City. And we invited him to stay at the governor's residence. And when the Dalai Lama comes, there's quite a bit of fuss, and some people came very early to say, now, there's some things that you do and you don't do with the Dalai Lama. For example, never touch the Dalai Lama, and you should always refer to him as Your Holiness. And by the time he came, I was just ready to stand at attention. I didn't know exactly what else I should do, but he arrived, and the first thing he did was put his arms around me and give me a big hug and say everything, it's so nice to be here, etc. And we were walking up the stairs to go in and show him to his room, and there were 3 Tibetan children who were there. And they had been placed for a ceremony outside the governor's residence. The first was holding a little bowl of rice, and he tossed it in the air, and so I did the same thing. And we went to the next one, and there was some salt, and he ground it in his fingers, and I did the same thing. And then we put our little finger in some milk and flipped it into the air. And I did the same thing. So we took him inside, got him settled, and sat down for a moment. And I said, Your Holiness, would you teach me the meaning of that ritual that we performed on the way in to the residence? And he said, in Tibet, we've been doing that for thousands of years. And to be honest, I have no idea why. At the end of that week, I was teaching a young adult Sunday school class of 18 to 25-year-olds at the time. And it turned out the Dalai Lama had to leave in a time that would be coincident to my class. And so I just invited them all to the governor's residence and said, we get a chance to meet the Dalai Lama. So I sat them down in a nice place, and they waited. He came in and sat down and just had this most pleasant conversation and taught them. And I want you to know, I think I must be one of the only people on the earth who can say the Dalai Lama substituted for Sunday school teaching for me. All right, let's talk a little bit about winning the Romney nomination. I have a feeling that it's not the Romney nomination that some of you are interested in. It may be what's going on today. And so I could just draw a couple of conclusions. You may not be aware, but I spent a lot of time in 2012 trying to help Governor Romney become president. And one of my jobs in that process was to be the delegate counter. Because if you're going to be the nominee of the party, in the Republican Party, you have to get 1,237 delegates in order to be successful. Now, a circumstance existed then that exists really in much greater proportion today. And that is when you are running for president or to become the nominee of your party, you really have to eliminate the others in one of 2 ways. One, you have to, in essence, they have to be suffocated financially or in terms of their ability to get attention to the point that they no longer become relevant and they drop out. Or you just have to get 1,237 delegates by winning all of those states. It became evident in 2012 that this was a different kind of year than we had had in the past, and that is happening even more so now, because the primary system has 2 or 3 characteristics this year that's different than we've had in the past. One is that the primary elections are consolidated into a shorter period. And the second is that the delegates are allocated proportionately in 60% of the states. That is to say that every candidate can get delegates. So the reality is, if you begin to look at how a person must do in order to get a majority of the delegates, 1,237, they have to win almost 45% of the popular vote on average in every state. So as you watch the nomination unfold, watch to see not just who's winning, but watch to see if they actually get at least 45% of the popular vote. And if they do, they're on track. But if they don't, and if the rest of the field gets at least 55%, then we may be moving toward a time when none of the candidates will get the 1,237 delegates. And we faced that in 2012. But I'll just leave that as a little tidbit for you to watch as the primary season unfolds. So let's talk a bit about my good friend, Olene Walker. Many of you from Utah will know Olene Walker, a wonderful woman who was my lieutenant governor for the 11 years almost that we worked together. I received a call from President Bush to ask if I would serve as a member of his cabinet. President Bush asked that I not tell anyone until the last possible minute, and one of my favorite memories of serving as governor was after a cabinet meeting asking Olene if she could stay after, that I had something I needed to speak with her about. No one knew but my wife and I and one other person. I said to her, Olene, I'd like you to know what a profound experience it has been to serve with you, but I have a piece of news for you. And it is that very soon you will become the first woman governor in the history of the state of Utah, because I've been asked to leave and serve in Washington. Olene just drew a deep breath and said, I'll be ready. And indeed, I knew she would be. Olene Walker served with distinction. We lost Olene a couple of months ago after a lengthy illness, but it's a woman that I have deep appreciation for. Well, let's look what else is there. Let's talk a little bit about the Oval Office. The Oval Office is the people's office. President Bush used to say, they call this the Oval Office because there are no corners to hide in. This tells you a little bit. It'll tell you a little bit about President Bush. The first time, not the first time, but a memorable time, is that when he asked me to be head of the Environmental Protection Agency. I said, Mr. President, that's a really difficult job. And I said, let me just say that when I was in high school, I think I was the best catcher in the league. But I really preferred shortstop, because when you were playing catcher, you got a lot of foul tips and you had to wear chest protectors and shin guards and a mask, and there was a reason for that. He said, well, and I said, that's a little bit like the EPA, but if you need me to do that, I'm happy to do it. And I said, when I was in high school, I played catcher until I was a junior in high school, and then my senior year, they finally let me play shortstop. But every now and again, I'd have to strap on the catcher's gear and catch, and if that's what you need me to do, I'll do it, but I want you to know I'd rather play shortstop. He said, good, you play catcher for a while, and then I had a great experience making friends and learning things at the Environmental Protection Agency. Well, a couple of years later, he won re-election, and one Sunday afternoon, I was at home. The phone rang. It was George W. Bush. Mr. Secretary, could you take a call from the president? Yes. Mikey, he said. That's what he called me. He said, I'm going to make a change or two in the cabinet. I'd like to know if you'd like to go over and be Secretary of Health. I said, yes, sir, I'm happy to do that. He said, we'll be here at 9:30 in the morning. Don't tell anybody, because I like to make these announcements myself. I said, yes, sir. I was just about ready to hang up, and he said, Mikey, would this be shortstop? He was a great person. Well, I'd like to conclude by actually just referring back, if we could, to that first discussion we had about the Olympics. All great memories. Of course, after we won the bid, there were some hard times and some great times that the day finally came. And one of the wonderful things I got to do was I went to Olympia, Greece, to see the lighting of the Olympic flame. Now, this is a picture I took, and I didn't realize that the Olympic flame has such significance in terms of the way it's lighted. these Greek goddesses on the site of the original Olympics came out, and they put flammable material on the bottom of this bowl, and the sun lighted it through heat. And I realized suddenly the Olympic flame is really about the sun and the perpetual burning of the sun. And as soon as that was lighted, there was a moment that I'll never forget, and that's that goddess raised her hand with the torch that she had, and then from the side there was a runner dressed in the uniform of the Olympic Games who came out and took the torch and then began to run in a torch run that many of you will remember no matter where you live, for the Olympic flame to be going through your town. And it was astonishing to me how when I watched the Olympic flame, tens of thousands of people would come to see the Olympic torch. One day I was with the organizer of the torch run, and I said to her, I don't think I understand this. Why is it that tens of thousands of people gather to essentially see fire on a stick? She said, Governor, you truly don't get it, do you? She said, let me explain it to you. Let me do it by telling you a story. She said a couple of weeks ago, we had a break in the runners, and I sent my assistant to find a runner, and she went to a school, and she rushed in and said to the school secretary, I need a runner for the Olympic torch run. Don't give me the student body president. She said, give me somebody who needs a lift. A short time later, she said, I know just the little boy. And a short time later, we were dressing in an Olympic uniform, an undersized fifth grader. This fifth grader then went out to the street where literally tens of thousands of people had begun to line the street. He took the flame, struggled a bit with it, but stood strong and tall, and ran down the street to the acclaim of tens of thousands of people. With those tens of thousands of people were those children from that school. She said, it changed him, it changed us all. Thank you. She said, I got a letter from the school secretary talking about how it had changed them and how it had changed their life and their view. And then she ended by talking about the undersized fifth grader. She said, he doesn't sit alone anymore. She said, Governor, this isn't a fire on a stick. It's a symbol. It's a symbol of the things that we as human beings value the most. It's a symbol of what we aspire to be, courage, our friendships, our aspirations for virtue. That's what the Olympic flame is intended to be. So today I leave you with a few family stories. But I leave you with a reminder that we're here not just for a conference. We're here for what truly is the fire on the stick, and it's family. And I say to family, God bless you and God bless our families. Thank you.
Welcome to RootsTech 2016. My name is Jens Nielsen, and I'm with a company in Salt Lake called Pictureline. And Pictureline is a camera store, and I have been doing this for quite a while. And I've learned a lot about photography, and I'd like to share some of that with you today. Before we get going, I would like to just kind of take you first to a little flag that I hold very dear. Some of you may know what this flag is. It is a Scandinavian flag, and it is this flag of Denmark. I don't know if do we have any Danish ancestry? Have people of Danish ancestry? Good, we got a few. Wonderful. I am also happen to be from this little country you can see right there. There's Europe for you, and the little country is the little one in the red circle called Denmark. It's very small. It's about 400 islands, and that's my little country. A lot of people think that Netherlands and Holland and Denmark is the same thing, but Netherlands is quite a bit further down. So that is part of Scandinavia right there. When I grew up by the way, I'm an immigrant of Denmark, so I immigrated when I was 20 years old. And when I was about 15 years old, they came around to my school with these little pamphlets. And the pamphlet said, would you like to be an exchange student? And of course, all the kids in the class took the pamphlet and they all wanted to be exchange students. So I brought it home to my father, and he said, that may be a good idea. Maybe you should go on a year abroad to America. So with his blessing, I applied, and I applied for 2 states that I knew had really good weather. So I applied for California, and I applied for Florida, because I knew that the weather was really good there. On a good day in Denmark, it rains. So that's kind of what happened. So I applied for those 2 states, and lo and behold, this is where they sent me. They sent me to Preston, Idaho in 1982. I'm a true Preston Indian, by the way, a Preston Indian high school graduate. Do we have any people here from Preston at all? Nope, there's people from Preston. This is perfect. Good. So that happened in 1982. I had literally the best year of my life in Preston, among these people up in Cache Valley. What a good people they are. So I enjoyed my time there immensely. And while I was an exchange student, I got an opportunity to go on a trip to Phoenix. And on a return flight, I met a gentleman. Do you guys remember this airplane company? Western Airlines. Spring of 1983, I was sitting on an airplane, and I was sitting next to the smoking section. Back then you could smoke on the Western Airlines, you could actually smoke. And I was sitting right where the smoking section started. And the guy behind me was just puffing up smoke between the seats. And I asked the flight attendant, or stewardess is what they were called back then, if I could move up in the front of the plane, and so I did. After we had taken off, I sat down, and in my hand I had a flight jacket. You know, when you used to get a ticket back in 1983, it came in a beautiful jacket, and it had SAS on it. And I was sitting there with it, and a gentleman across the aisle said, "Where are you from?" And I said, "I am from Denmark." And an old, little gentleman, not old at that time, but a little gentleman behind him said, "So am I." And that gentleman was named Borg B. Anderson. He came over here in 1930. He was born in 1934. He came here in 1947, just after the war. And Borg B. Anderson had a photographic company in Salt Lake called Borg B. Anderson and Associates, which is where they developed film and they restored pictures and so forth, and did that for many years till he passed away in 2012. So Borg introduced me to photography, and that's kind of the background that I have in photo. And so this is my little stories to kind of establish a little bit of credibility. Borg took me to a trade show in Chicago in 1987, and it was called PMA, Photo Marketing Association, and that's where all the photographers would go to learn about photography. And at the trade show, they had these frames, these European glass frames that are made of a piece of masonite and a piece of glass and 4 clips. They were called clip frames. So I asked Bork, you know, can we buy some of these frames and maybe sell them in the front of your lab? Because people are going to want frames for their pictures. And Bork said, oh no, it's never going to fly, it's never going to go. I convinced him to buy $800 worth of frames. So we bought the frames, and we put them in the front of his office, and they flew off the shelves. And he got so upset. He owned this building next door. And he says, why don't you just take your shelves next door? Your frames next door. So I took the frames with the shelves next door and sold frames out of there. And that's how Pictureline got started in 1989. 1989, February 1989. So I've been doing this for 27 years. So hopefully I know a little bit about photography. We shall find that out in a minute. Okay. Now, photography is the absolutely perfect marriage between the right brain and the left brain. You all know that the right brain is the very creative part of the brain, and the left brain is the more logical and thinking part. And why it's a perfect marriage between the two is because the right brain is the one that's going to bring those incredible pictures out, but the left brain has to control the cameras. And there's some things in the camera settings, there's some technology, and there's some things to learn, some logical things you have to learn. And so that's what we love about photography. It has a logical side and it has a creative side. Now, a lot of photographers are a little heavy on the creative side, a little bit heavy right-brainers. And we see them at the store quite often coming in with all kinds of, they don't know how to use the stuff, but they can make some really beautiful pictures. And then we have a few people that come in that are not so creative. They're really more logical people, and the pictures are just okay. So we get a little bit of both. We get a little bit of both on that. We are living in an interesting time. I call it the 40-year change. I turned 50 in 2 weeks. And people that are 20 years younger than me have never taken a roll of film, never shot a roll of film in their lives. They don't even know what film is. And people that are 20 years older than me have a really hard time turning on that digital camera and use the computer to download pictures and so forth. So there's this gap. We call it the 40-year change. And as you can see, the young generations are using all kinds of devices to capture pictures, and they're capturing millions and millions of pictures. Whereas in the olden days, when we used film, we were a little more selective with our photography because we had to pay for the film, we had to pay for the development, and you really couldn't see it, what you had, until you had the photograph. So that's kind of a big change that's happening. Now, speaking of these young generation that we have right now, a lot of them are using their smartphones. And I personally, there is so many pictures being taken right now. I call them pictures, not photographs, by the way. There are so many pictures being taken right now, and most of them are not worth my time. I call that visual noise. There's so much visual noise out there right now that people are getting numb to what a good photograph looks like. People that really take their time to make a photograph. So at the store, at Pictureline, we have a big difference between the people that take pictures and people that make pictures. So there's a big difference between those kind of people. The ones that make pictures are things that will take your breath away. People that deserve your time and your attention. The people that take pictures are Snapchat and Facebook and all kinds of stuff. It just goes by and it goes away really quick. And that becomes important when we start talking about genealogy for sure. Do you guys remember this? That's a roll of 35mm film. It's very hard to find nowadays. You know, you used to be able to get it almost everywhere you were at, but nowadays it's hard to find. Now, it's not that long ago, which is the interesting part about it. Digital photography really didn't take hold till the early 90s, and even then the cameras were fairly expensive. So 25 years ago was when film was starting to do a decline. And Kodak, Eastman Kodak Company, one of your large American companies, are pretty much no longer. They've sold many times, and people are still trying to revive the name. And there's a few people that make a little bit of film, but not a whole lot. And it's kind of sad to see a large company like that. They tried to revive it with something called APS film. Do you guys remember APS? It was little cameras. And they couldn't do it. They just could not do it. Digital was just too powerful and came on really, really powerful. Now, what's important to remember is that the principles of photography has not changed. And we're going to get into tell you some of the new technologies. That's what we're here for. But the principles of photography has not changed. Inside a camera, we have a shutter. And that's what makes the noise. When the mirror goes up and the shutter goes across, it makes a little noise. And that's what the shutter does. And the shutter is the duration of light, or duration of time for your light. Inside your lens, you have what's called the aperture. You've all seen what the aperture is. It's the diaphragm that closes up and down. That's the amount of light. And inside the camera, behind the mirror and the shutter, there is a sensor. In the old days, it was called film. So the principles of photography hasn't changed, even with digital photography. It's all the same. It has never changed, and it probably won't change for any foreseeable future. Now, there's a really fun exercise that we teach our students when they come to class at the store. And that is, when you have a lens on a camera, and your shutter is closed, and your aperture is closed, there's no light at all that's hitting the sensor, or the film for that matter. Are you with me? So there's no light in here at all. It is only when it is exposed to light that I have a picture. So what we tell people to do is we tell people to go into a dark room, completely black room, with their camera, and then with somebody you trust. So you have to have somebody you trust in there with you. You sit that person on a chair in the dark. You put your camera on a tripod. Okay? Still no picture, right? You with me so far? There's no picture at all being taken. Now you open up the shutter. You open up the aperture. Still no picture because there's no light. You with me so far? Okay. Then what you do is you take a flashlight, LED light or a regular flashlight, and then what you do is you paint your subject on the chair with a flashlight. And then you go back, you close the camera up, your shutter and your aperture up, and this is the picture you get. Because the only thing the camera will see is what has light on it. That's a great exercise, by the way. Everybody should do this exercise. It is an immense amount of fun. So that's called light painting, is what it's called. Just like the word photography means writing with light. That's what it is. It's all about the light. Without the light, we don't have anything. We don't have any photography at all. Now, there's a lot of similarities between photography and life, but that's a different class. Now, in the technology part, you all know digital cameras, you know DSLRs. These are called digital single lens reflex cameras. And what they have is, they have this mirror box inside. And that's what you hear when it goes up. That's the mirror that goes up. So when you look through the viewfinder, you're looking through a mirror through the lens. Now, in order to put a mirror box in a camera, especially a 35mm camera, you have to have some sort of thickness to the camera. And the camera has to be a certain size. So the manufacturers came out with something called mirrorless cameras, and that's what we're going to talk about a little bit for a second. The mirrorless camera is a camera where they took out the mirror box out of the camera, and they made it a little bit smaller. See right here? They made it smaller because they didn't have to use the mirror box. It's also a thinner camera, which made it more portable. People like the portability of mirrorless cameras. So that's kind of what it is. The sensor inside the sensor is the same size between the mirrorless camera here and the one behind it, the Canon camera. They're both identical in size. And that is really bringing a lot of new excitement to the photo industry right now, is the mirrorless cameras. You may have heard it, you may not have heard it, but it's what's bringing some of the life back into our industry. We're going to change the speed a little bit of photography right here. Here's the first photograph taken in 1826. So that's a hard one for a Dane to say. 1826. Now, if you have ancestors that are born or lived before 1826, you're going to have a hard time finding photographs of them because they don't exist. Another thing is, as well, is that the first photograph of a human being, which was about this big, was taken about 20 years later. So there's not a whole lot of those. But that is the first. It's taken in France, and it's off some rooftops by a name you guys can probably pronounce better than I can. Joseph. His name is Joseph. So good. All right. In 1860s, photography became really popular because around to all the fairs in America especially, they were doing these tintypes. You'd go to a fair and they'd make tintype photos of people there. And Lincoln got his picture taken, and so did this other gentleman. As you can see, they're a little stiff. They're a little stiff. And you wonder why they're so stiff. Have you ever noticed something, that all your photographs from your ancestors that are a little bit older, they look just a little stiff? Does that mean they were stiff people? Does it mean they were happy? You bet you they were just as happy as you were. But what happened was they had to hold that pose for a long time. And if you ever smile for a minute and hold your smile for a minute, it starts hurting after a while. So they look a little more serious than they really should. I have a fun picture of my family from 1917. And this gentleman here in the background is my grandfather, right there. I never met him, but that's my grandfather when he was just a bachelor. And that's in Denmark right there. Now they all look pretty stiff. They don't look super happy. It's a long exposure because they needed light. They needed flashlight. And this is even outdoors. Remember the other two that were indoors, and people still look stiff. So we came out, or they came out with something early on called a light. And that's what we're going to talk about, because again, photography is all about light. Has anybody ever used a flash like this? Okay, good. And there was a bulb you'd stick the bulb in, and if it went off in your hand, it would hurt really bad, right? Because it just had some kind of a wool. It looked like almost like steel wool inside that was made of, and it would go off and give this one flash. And you had one chance to get that photograph, and you had to put another bulb in there, right? That's really the life of the first portable flash, which helped two things. You wanted to stop light. You want to stop action. So you could stop action a little bit. People could take pictures faster. They could smile, and they could actually be frozen in time. The other thing the flash helped too is do away with blur. Anytime you handhold a camera, and you handhold it, unless you're shooting 125th of a second or higher, you are going to get some motion blur from you holding the camera. So that helped a lot with that. By the way, there's a rule that we say in photography, and it's a little different now because you have these new lenses with image stabilization and vibration reduction and so forth. But 125th of a second is what we were capable of holding as a photographer in the old days, and it's still true today. Now, 125th of a second is taking a second and dividing it into 125 parts, and only using one of those parts for your photograph. So that's kind of how that is. So I want to show you right now here really quick what the technology has gone to today. It's all about the light. And you may have seen these before, these kind of lights that people carry around, the photographers carry around. But this is a portable flash by a Swedish company called Profoto. This is the technology today. And it's quite powerful in a small package like this. You may have seen the ones that people put on top of the cameras and use. This is about 10 times as powerful as any of those flashes that you have on top of the camera. Why that is important is because when you take flash photography, a lot of time you can't reach your subject. You know, if you get any past 10 or 15 feet, you're not going to get a whole lot of flash falling on that person unless you have a lot of power. So that's where this new power comes in, and they're making them really, with new technology like the battery technology of lithium-ion batteries, this is now becoming a very wonderful option for photographers. The other thing that we have is the one I have up here that is really new technology right here. This here is a bendable light, just like this here, it just bends. This has LEDs on it. This is an LED light. And I'm on one right now. I'm going to give you 100. Actually, I won't give you 100, but look at this here, guys. The brighter it gets. Is it getting brighter? I'm getting the front row. You're getting a suntan right now? This is feeling good, isn't it? Now, what's nice about this also, it has a capability of both going daylight and tungsten. Now, do you guys remember, do you know the difference between daylight and tungsten? Let's explain that to you. Good. I'm glad you don't, because I'm going to tell you really quick what it is. When you went to the refrigerator in the old days or to the store to buy film, they would either have daylight film or they would have tungsten film. Have you ever taken a picture inside a home, inside a house, and the pictures came out kind of yellow? And you may even have some in your arsenal at home, in your shoe boxes. They're yellow. They're yellow for a reason. You shot daylight, which is meant for 5,000 Kelvin, which is how we measure color, and you shot it inside a house that has 3,200 Kelvin, and hence it became out really, really yellow. Vice versa, if you took tungsten film, which there's another choice you could get. You could get tungsten film that was meant for indoor, and you shot it outside, you'd get very blue. It'd be really, really, really blue. So what we did in the olden days, when I say olden days, it's 25 years ago, what we did in the olden days, we would take, so on a cloudy day, and we had a model that we wanted to take a picture of on a beach, for example, and it was overcast. Instead of throwing the whole shoot away, what we did was we shot tungsten film on the beach because it would be blue. Now the subject would be blue as well, of course, so that was the issue that we had, that we don't want a blue subject. So we had to throw tungsten light on that person. The only way you can throw tungsten light is to take a flash, which is also daylight, put an orange filter on it, which is called a CTO filter, and now what happens, your subject would be the exact color, skin color, everything would be perfect, and everything else would be blue and look like a beautiful sunny day. So that's one of the tricks we used of the trade in the old days. So in this panel here, in this panel itself, you have a choice. You can turn it all the way down to just the tungsten. You can see it's kind of a yellowish light. And then you go all the way to the top, and it will only be the white lights that are turned on. Let's see if we'll go all the way there to 5,000. And they're going to start going down. And here they go away a little bit, sinking at the end. And it's not very bright right now, but you will be able to get rid of the yellow lights in the middle. And we brighten it up, and you'll see it right in here. See how the white lights are just the ones coming on right now? So that's kind of a clever way to do it. So this is new technology that has come out that's bendable. And what they use it for is they use it for photography, but also they use it a lot for videography. It's a great videography light. It's very, very bright. There's no heat at all. No heat at all. And it's super low power consumption. It means you can run it off a battery. So you don't have to plug it into the wall. So this is kind of a fun new technology called LED flashlights. LED lights, they're not flash, they're constant lights. Okay, in 2008, a new era happened in photography, a brand new era happened in photography. Canon came out with a product called the Canon 5D Mark II. Canon didn't know what they had in their hands and what they had come out with. There was a regular photo still camera. People bought it like crazy. They loved the quality. It was a full frame camera. And some cinematographers, videographers, movie makers got a hold of this camera because it had a large sensor, really large sensor. When we talk about large sensors, it's the sensor of a slide. Remember, you've seen these before, slides? They're 24 millimeter tall by 36 millimeter wide. They got a hold of this camera, the videographers did, and they found out that they could take moving pictures off the sensor rather than just still pictures off the sensor. And they could get it off in 24 frames per second. They could get these images off the camera. Now, previous to that, anytime they used the motion picture camera, they would have a lot of depth of field. This made it really shallow depth of field. And you see TV programs came out. There was one that was called 24 that came out that was shot with this camera. And they loved this camera. They loved this camera simply because they could mount it inside a car and crash it. They crashed the camera, so they'd have two or three, excuse me, 2 or 3 of these cameras inside the car in different angles. And after they crashed the car completely, they would go over and they would take the memory card out of the camera and leave the camera. So all they want was the shot. They're roughly about $2,000, $3,000, so it was a lot less expensive than the $100,000 cameras they were using for the other stuff. So they're very inexpensive, almost disposable cameras. This changed photography dramatically in the sense that we now started seeing all these videographers and movie makers coming into the store wanting to buy our camera. And it was really exciting for us. It could easily have gone the other way where videography had come out with a camera that would have killed still, but we actually went into their market really heavily. So even though they didn't look like movie picture cameras or motion picture cameras, they really changed the industry. The other thing that changed the industry was this little product right here. You've all seen it. They've done an incredible job marketing this product. It is not the most conducive product for size or shape. It's kind of a clunky kind of thing. But you've all seen GoPro videos. They've been everywhere. Everywhere has got a GoPro video. It was the first time photographers could take these little guys and take them on adventures that we had never seen before. Man had never seen. Remember, have you ever seen this one where the guy goes to Norway and he's got this wingsuit on, and he goes and he falls off the thing and he's flying through the canyons and stuff like that in a wingsuit? You couldn't do that with a camera in the old days. With, this doesn't fit on the wingsuit. But he had this little wingsuit, and he would put this on a stick. They have them on airplanes. They have it on everything. And now we open up this whole world of action photography, all with this little guy called GoPro. Now, everyone has tried to make GoPros. Everybody's tried to make a GoPro-style camera. But GoPro really was the first one that came out with it. The gentleman was on a surfing trip down in Australia, and he couldn't get action shots of himself. So he came out with this little gizmo that he made with some cardboard and some tape and stuff like that. And that was the beginning of the GoPro. So, yeah, and he's really done well with his product. The other thing that we have here is this product right here. This will probably change the way you will be seeing pictures in the future. I mean, you may or may not have seen this already. It was just announced at CES down in Vegas. And it hasn't come out yet. It's a brand new product. And the Japanese really didn't want to show this till it was ready to ship, but they had enough pressure from Japan that they needed to show this new product. It is a GoPro style camera, an action camera, but it takes pictures both front and backwards. So it has a 360 style on it. So when you actually view the image itself, you can actually drag around and you can see the whole 360 of what's going on in the scene, in the video itself. So you have somebody that's on a surfboard, and you can then see the whole 360 all the way around. You can see the forward, backwards, you can see the surfer itself, which is a whole new way to do things. The GoPros, normally you had to mount more than one to get those perspectives. Now with the 360 and the software, you'll be able to do it in the software itself. Is that the way things are going to go? Probably. Probably the way things are going to be in the future. So that's how the Nikon is coming out with this new product. We'll see it sometime in late 2016, or maybe early 2017 on the shelves. Now, here's an exciting product. This is something that we had at the store last summer. Panasonic brought this camera in, and they brought a baseball bat and a ball. And what they did was they said, we set it up out in the parking lot, and it was on a tripod. And they said, why don't you go and see if you can hit the ball? So all the employees came up and they wanted to hit the ball, and hit it out of the park. Well, when they hit the ball, they took the picture. And what happened was Panasonic went back and they said, okay, which picture do you want? It captured an image before every 30 images a second. Before and 30 images afterwards when they were hitting the ball. So through the whole thing, you could go in and you could choose whichever image you wanted. So you wanted to see when the ball hit the bat and there was the indentation of the ball, you could get that. And what happened was it was shot in 4K. 4K is 4 times the resolution of high definition. Now 4K stills, it captures 30 frames per second, and then you get them, and the size of those frames are 8.3 megapixel. Good enough for a beautiful 11 by 14, maybe even a 16 by 20 print. And so what you have right there, and what you're showing on the screen, is a bird that's going in for its fish. And I have actually a better image here in a second. I'll show you here of the same image. Back to there. You know, how can you get that picture? You cannot possibly get that picture unless you have this new technology where you can freeze frame anything in 30 frames per second. There's actually the picture of this, and I think this is actually beautiful. Look at the wings, and look at the water coming off the wings, and the fish in the mouth. That's a very hard thing to capture. I don't think your smartphone will capture that at all. That's a great photograph. All right, now we've talked a lot about new technology, but I think we need to take a step back just for a minute. And I talked a little bit about this on Thursday, but I'm going to kind of go over it again right now with you. Do you remember these things? You remember these? In America, and more in America than anywhere else, there's boxes, shoe boxes, plastic boxes of photographs that have been taken that never made the album, but they're still in the box. So what's funny about this is people would take a picture for their family reunion, and Aunt Sophie and Aunt Betsy or anybody with that would say, I want a photograph, I want one of those, I want one of those. So when you make the prints, would you mind getting me a copy of our family reunion picture? So you went in there and you took, just to make sure that you had the picture correct, you probably took 5 or 6 shots of the same group. So you go to the lab, the photo lab back then, and you say, okay, I would like quadruple prints of my family reunion. So you ended up with 24 of virtually the same thing. 24 pictures of almost the same thing. Peter has got his eyes closed and he's a little bit, and so you found a good one. So now you have 24 pictures, and you had 3 people that asked for it, so now you're down to 21. Well, because Eastman Kodak has done such a good job on American people, you had a hard time throwing them away. So they go into the shoebox. And I guarantee you that you have all the pictures that didn't make the album in your shoeboxes. And there's a boatload of them, am I right? There's a lot of them. They could be slides, like these guys right here, or they could be prints that were made 4x6, maybe even 3x5 prints that everybody had. And you may have some that you did a slideshow with. Do you remember doing a family home meeting with a slideshow when you were just a kid, and it was just fun? Everybody sat around. We got to see it, and you kind of memorized, reminisced about a fun trip you had or whatever it is. Those days are in your shoeboxes, by the way. All those are in there. Are you guys feeling guilty at all about what's sitting in your basement, in your attics? If you're not feeling guilty, I'm going to turn up the guilt here in a minute. Okay. So in 2011, I went to Denmark went home to see my family. I went down to the local store and I bought a $200 scanner, a little Epson scanner. And I went home to my house and I said, do I have permission to scan anything in my house? And of course I had permission for that. There was a few things that were behind glass that I had to move the glass, but I scanned everything I could of my family and anything that was important for my genealogy. And what was cool about it then, because 2011, my father was still alive. He passed away in 2014 at 86. But in 2011, he was still alive. And he could actually tell me some of the stories behind these people. He could actually say, well, that's who this is, and this is so-and-so, and so-and-so. And I hurried and wrote it down as fast as I could to make sure that I could put that into my genealogy, which is really what it's about. Now, pictures or photographs of your ancestors are just that extra cream on the top of the milk. Because, yes, a death date and a birth date and a marriage date, those are all great. Those are wonderful to have. But when you can take a photograph of someone and their face and you can see their lives, that's a little different. That's a whole different level. It's a whole different level of genealogy, in my opinion. So I was lucky enough to see this fun photographs. My mother is the one on the bottom here with a cross, a big cross across. And the cross has a story, because when I first came to America and I landed on the airplane, I got off the plane and they said, what religion are you? And I said, I'm Christian. And no, what religion are you? I'm Christian. And that wasn't good enough for some reason. They wanted to know if I was a Presbyterian or a Methodist or Baptist or all these other things. And I was like, no, I'm just Christian. So it wasn't until a little bit later they said, no, you're Lutheran. And I said, oh, I didn't know I was Lutheran. Thanks for telling me. But I grew up in Denmark, and all till I was 20 years old, I was apparently Lutheran, but I didn't know that. It was kind of funny. So that's why my mother has the cross on it. She's the one that in there. And I have a little story about my mother that I'm going to tell that I also told on Thursday, but because this is why pictures are important to me. My mother was born in 1929, and she was only 42 years old when she passed away. She had a brain aneurysm. And I was just 5 years old, and I was there when she didn't feel good and she went to the hospital. And I remember as a small boy running to get my father, who was working adjacent in a dairy next door. And I was running to get my father, and the thing that I remember distinctly, and you don't remember a whole lot from before you're 5 years old, but I do remember standing on that front porch as they were loading her into the ambulance. And she never came back. She never returned. Something for a little 5-year-old to figure out what happened. So, and something you'll also notice that not a lot of people know, but you see that her middle name is Eline. And so that's why photo line didn't work for me. That's why we're called picture line, not photo line. That carries her name in my company that I've had. So this little boy that's in this picture right here, this little blonde and a little toe boy that's sitting down in front of his mother, that is about a few months before she passed away. We traveled to, and the reason why we have black on is because it was some sort of either salt mine or something down in Austria, down in Liechtenstein. And I remember that was really one of the few trips that I was on that I have pictures of. But you have to remember that, and this is why pictures are important, is that the only thing we can construct from our memory is pictures. You can't go back with your mind and remember something as clear as you can if you have a picture or a photograph. So that's what it is. My whole construction of my 5 first years with my mother is constructed from those photographs. Do you guys remember this? What is that? That's a 3.5-inch floppy disk. And it held a whopping 1.4 megabytes of information. Those were the days, weren't they? Those were the days. And you know what? It's not that long ago. What I'm going to kind of show you right now is the speed of light. What's going to happen with our industry. The next thing came out was after the floppy disk came out with a local company called iOmega. They made a 100 megabyte zip drive, and we thought we clearly had found the end of the world. That was unbelievable. 100 megabytes, that's a lot of information. A lot of photographs. That's a lot of photographs on that one. But no, somebody had to do that as well. A company out of Holland called Philips came out with what was called a CD. Now the CD is clearly a lot of information. It's a whole 700 megabytes. And it can be bought at Kaivel. And by the way, you may have some of your pictures on CDs or DVDs for that matter. You may want to check them and see what shape they're in, because some of them will not last forever. Philips also came out with a DVD, and that held 4.7 gigabytes. You guys have some of those, I'm sure. You probably even have some movies on those as well still. Can you guys still read CDs and DVDs? Yeah, most people can. The computers that are coming out nowadays don't have CD drives or DVD drives in them. It's sort of something that's going away. And I think about 5 years from now, we'll be laughing at DVDs and CDs, but don't say that I said that. So then they came out with something called a memory card. The memory cards that you have inside your camera, they come in all different sizes. This happens to be an SD card. That happens to be a compact flash card. They come in all different sizes. And right now, 512 gigabytes is obtainable. About 2 years ago, I held in my hand a 2 terabyte card made by SanDisk that was working, 2 terabytes on a little card like this. So memory is becoming really accessible. And that's solid state, by the way. That's a solid state card. Now, have you ever had a card fail on you, a memory card fail on your camera? I'm getting a few nods out there. That happens quite a bit. The cards themselves will fail sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. And what's going to happen is there's about 3 things you can do to make sure they don't fail. You must, when you use a memory card, you must format the card. So when you get your pictures off and you get them on your computer and you get them in a secondary place, you need to make sure that you format that card. Don't format the card. It's done in the camera, by the way. Don't format it once, not twice, but format it 3 times. That way it's back to factory defaults. That way you don't have anything residual on that card. The other thing that people had a hard time with, they used to, in the old days, they'd pull the card out before it was done writing, or the battery would run out. When that happens, you'd corrupt that card and all those pictures as well, and you can't get the pictures off. What happens when you put that card into your computer to read the picture, it says, would you like to initialize this card? And you go, no, I got my whole wedding on here. You can't do that, so you got to be careful. The third thing people need to remember as well is, remember, in order to make room on the card, you would erase on the fly. You'd erase, oh, I don't like that one, I'm going to erase these one, I'm going to take some more, and so forth. It will also become corrupted. That also corrupts a card. If it becomes corrupted, we usually end up seeing that card at the store. And we usually have some stuff we can help with, some software we can help with. But that's very important about memory card, just kind of a note on memory card. That held 64,000 megabytes. Remember the floppy was 1.4 megabytes? That's 64,000 of those. The thing that is big right now, and what you must do is you must back up your data. If you want to take pictures to the future, it could be your ancestors, it could be your own family photos, you have to back it up. You have to have it more than one place. If you just have it in one place, there's a big chance that you won't have them in the future. Let me explain why. Most everything out there has a spinning component. Solid state is one of the things that does not, but any hard drives usually have a spinning. Even your hard drive in your computer has a spinning. If it spins right now, there's a guarantee it will not. One day it will spin no more. It could be next week. It could be a year from now. It could be 10 years from now. It could be 50 years from now. But everything that's spinning will spin no more because it has moving parts to it. Solid state is a little bit better than that, but still not bulletproof for eons. So when photographers come into Picture Line and they say, my hard drive won't mount on my computer. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. Clearly you have your picture somewhere else. Well, because they're right-brainers, they use the right brain only, or most of the right brain, they don't have any backups at all. How'd you like to lose all your photographs that you've taken for eons because you didn't back it up? Backup, 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 backup is what it's about. Always have more than one place. Here's a good illustration of how many floppies are in an 8 terabyte hard drive. That hard drive is a 8 terabyte, which was 2015. They're much larger nowadays. But you can put 748,000 floppies inside that guy. 748,000 of those is a room of floppies, let me tell you. When I first went to school here and went up to the computer science or the computer lab up at the business school at the University of Utah, their computer room was like the size of a small building. And it was the most old-fashioned thing. It was like DOS-based and stuff like that. I mean, it's amazing how fast things have gone over the years and how much you can store. This is 1990 versus 2000, 25 years. You've gone from a floppy. Can anybody here read a floppy still? A few floppy readers, okay. There's not a problem to put it in. What's going to be the problem in the future is the operating system may not be able to read it. And so I just hope you have some good JPEGs or some good TIFFs to help you with that kind of stuff. And here's the slide that says back up, back up, back up, back up. And that's really the most important thing. Please do that. You'll do me a big favor, and you won't be coming knocking on my door. The other thing that we do nowadays, and that's been happening over the last 5 years, is online storage, also called the cloud. You've heard of the cloud. The cloud is nothing more than online storage. It originally was not meant as such. It was meant that you would buy what was called a cloud box. The cloud box you would have at your home, and you'd put your information on that cloud box, but so would other people as well. So you'd kind of construct a backup through a cloud system, a cloud box system. Nobody liked that idea. We stocked at the store. We had a little stack of cloud boxes, and nobody bought them. So we sent them back. So online storage, the cloud thing stuck. So people still call it the cloud. But the cloud is like online storage somewhere else. Make sure you go with a reputable place when you start storing your images to make sure that they actually can go into they will have them in the future. And a nice place that I've found is I put a lot of my genealogy stuff not only on Family Search, I'd put them on a Dropbox and so forth, but I found that Family Search is a wonderful place to put it. They used to have some issues where they would do some compression to it. Nowadays, they're not. I actually just downloaded some, since Thursday, I downloaded some images to make sure they didn't compress them funny. And they came back just as beautiful as I put them in. And that's a nice thing to have. So you can put them into Family Search. I think they'll take them to the future for you as well. So now there's a question that we're going to ask ourselves. With all those people you saw in the very, very beginning that take pictures with their phones, and all the young people that are out taking pictures today, which they're taking more pictures today than any other time in history. The question is, will we know who they were? And the reason why I'm asking that is, if technology and digital imaging is going as fast as it is, and people are losing pictures as fast as they're capturing them, which they are, is there going to be any left over? Are there going to be any good photographs? Is there going to be any picture makers out there? Because everybody's taking pictures, but are they making pictures? And I think it's a really, really valid question to find out. I guarantee if you go home to your teenagers, your grandkids, your kids, and you look at their pictures, they most likely would be sitting on one of their devices like an iPhone. They may be on an iPad. What happens when they upgrade that to the next version? What happens when it goes bad? What happens when that sensor goes bad or the chip goes bad in that camera? They don't have them backed up. They may put some of them into the cloud, but are they taking them with them? That's the question. So that's what we need to ask that question is, we are so busy looking at the past and our genealogy, but what is our great-grandkids, our grandkids going to know of us? We need to think about that. Now, the other thing is, I had a gentleman the other day, and he sat in front of row of one of my classes, and he said, we were talking about how many photographs we all had. And he said, I have 30,000 photographs. He was a little older gentleman. Wonderful, 30,000 photographs. That's wonderful. What are you doing with them? Well, I'm trying to figure out what to do with them. Okay, well, that may be a little late. 30,000 is a lot of years to put those away. But more importantly is, how many people in the future, how many are they going to look at? How many photographs are they going to see? Are they going to go through 30,000 of your photographs? Nope, they will not. I suggest that you do a good sorting right now of your own life as well. Remember we talk about those boxes you have? And digitize them really well. Make a really good digital copy of your photograph. And then you take those with you. And those are the ones you put in your so-called vault. Your digital vault. And the digital vault could be many different things, but that's what I suggest. I think you take it with you if you can. Just really, really know what you're taking with you. Now, full circle, by the way. Full circle is, we talked about digital. We talked about how wonderful digital is. There's no such good thing. That's not Danish. That's not English, by the way. The best thing is to have a print. The print is still one of the most powerful things. And how few prints are being made today from your photographs, you'd be surprised. But it's a fraction, a small, small fraction of prints being made. But the best thing to take and archive your images are through a print. as just illustrated with the floppy drive, and I know some of you can read it. If you don't migrate your digital images, I guarantee you have stuff on your floppy or a zip drive that you can't read right now. I'm getting nods in the audience. See, there's stuff that's stuck somewhere in old technology that you can't read today, and you wish you could. A print is a print today, and it's a print 200 years from now if you print it the right way. Now, printing has come a long way. The inkjet printing that you used to have in the old days, where you would make a print and you'd go hang it on the refrigerator, and about a week later you'd come back and you'd go, what was that print again? What was that print of? Because it had completely faded. Those days are past. Inkjet printing, and especially with pigment-based inks, is a very, 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 very safe bet nowadays. Okay. Now, that was a little bit of a tour of what I was going to talk about photography, a little bit of emerging technologies. You have a resource in Salt Lake. Yes, there's a question.
Yeah, about the pigment-based.
Yes.
How do laser printers work into that?
Laser printers are fairly stable as well, because they use a kind of a powder-based embedded into the paper. It all depends, and this is a good question actually. When we talk about ink and paper and the combination of the two, those are the two things that come together that makes that longevity. So we sold a printer a few years ago, and people came in and bought the printer. They loved the printer and everything, but Costco had this incredible deal on paper that we couldn't match. So they ran down to Costco, got the paper, and then about a week later they came in and says, I'd like to return the printer. And it's like, oh, what's wrong with the printer? Well, it doesn't make good photographs. And sure enough, they pulled out the paper, and the ink was literally running off the paper. And I said, can you allow me to make a print? And they, oh, if you have to, yeah. So I made a print on paper that was matched to the ink, and it has a ceramic base to it. And it came out beautiful. I mean, it was just, and you could literally put your thumb on it right away and rub it, and it didn't come off at all. So it's just a matter of matching the paper and ink together. When you talk about laser, it's the same thing. Laser resolution is not the same resolution as an inkjet printer, if you notice that. It uses a line system rather than a dot system. And so you'd have to look at the quality of it. You may be able to find a high quality laser, and they should be fairly archival in that regard. But I think you should take the chance to look at both and see which one you think is better. Yeah.
Longevity the same?
Should be pretty close to longevity on laser seems to be pretty good. But yeah. Resource, yes, question?
Yeah, I was wondering, these days, we're talking about the shoe boxes.
Yeah.
And families will take the prints a lot of times, but in those little envelopes will be the negatives.
Right.
What do you recommend doing with all those negatives that there's no prints anymore? How do they do that?
Great question, great question. If you can find the negative from an original, you are one closer to the capture than you are when you get a print. So anytime you can actually scan a negative rather than a print, you're going to get more details in the highlights and in the shadows. So what happens is anytime you take a copy of a copy of a copy, you gain contrast and you lose shadow, detail, and highlight detail as well. So that's a great question. So if you have that negative and you can scan a negative rather than the print, you'll have a better outcome overall. Good question. Yes?
Back in the old days, the black and white photos lasted like forever.
Yes.
And the color ones seemed to fade rather quickly within 10 to 20 years.
Right.
Is that true? Is that not true with the inks
The
now?
pigment.
As well as
The pigment, it doesn't differentiate between color or black and white, but you're really right on that. The old photographs in the old days, depending on the process, they've gotten a lot better nowadays. If you do a regular C41 process, actually an RA4 process, which is the printing like you do with chemicals, it's fairly stable. It's called Fuji Crystal Archive, makes a very stable process for years to come. But the old pictures that are faded, color faded, when you scan them in, you have a choice of restoring color. Just like they did with Snow White and Disney. Remember how they came back? New Snow White, she's got new colors. What they used this software called restoration of color, which comes on most scanners nowadays as well, so you can get that green grass back. But you're right, they did fade, and they faded normally because everything that is there's some environmental impact on all images unless you put them in the vault in Little Cottonwood Canyon. So yeah, there's always going to be some temperature and some light degradation of the image. Degradation of the image, yeah. Okay. Yes? There, and we actually have a booth here at the show. They're showing a printer down there, and it's a pigment-based printer for a Canon. It's a fairly large printer. It's a 13 by 19. $299 is what you should be spending on that. Anywhere between $299 and $500, you should be able to get a pigment-based printer. That would make beautiful photographs. Yeah. Yes? Yes, you do. Yeah. Yeah, you do. Your negative and slide and a print, you can do all in the same product, yeah. There's not a lot of scanner companies left. There used to be quite a few of them. But really, the few that are left do a great job, and they are flatbed, but then they have what's called a transparency module on top, where the light goes for the negatives and the slides, yeah. We have that down in the booth as well, yeah. Good question, yes? I'm actually not a professional photographer. That's a great question. I don't do it for a living. I actually have the store. That's what I do, and that's more than plenty. It's sort of like the baker doesn't eat his own bread. So I'm plenty busy at the store. I do a lot of teaching, though, however, about photography, because the concepts. Remember the brain. I have a right brain, but mine is not as good as my left brain. So I'm more of the technical guy and the stuff. Good question, though. Yes. Yeah.
I've taken it to 2 places. And is there anything else I can do, or do you think it's been damaged already by processes
that people have tried to restore? And that's the problem with the spinning hard drives. I mean, I usually go back to the manufacturer and see what they have. It's very expensive to restore stuff, as you probably found out. You know, they're very expensive just to restore the photographs. So the best thing is, again, if you back it up. If it's not backed up, you got to go back to perhaps the manufacturer and ask him. But it can cost hundreds and hundreds of dollars to restore some information.
And is it better to buy a smaller hard drive rather than buy an 8 terabyte one and try and store everything on there so you have it in 2 or 3 different places?
Perhaps it just depends on what brand you buy as well and what kind of company there is. But again, if you have it in 2 places, very rarely, I've never heard of it, that they're going to fail exactly at the same time. So if you have an 8 terabyte that fails, I'd run out and get another 8 terabyte the next day and put information on from the first place.
Would you recommend, maybe you can't do this, what external hard drives are highest in reliability?
Yeah, I can't sell at these shows, but we could do that at the store. So come down to the store, we'll tell you exactly what it is. The store is in Salt Lake and 7th South and 3rd West, but we do have a booth at the show right and down in front. Yeah. Yes.
This is a really simple question. I've received 3,000 or 4,000 pictures from elderly relatives. They're all generations. Into what should I put them before I have time to scan them or whatever? I won't get to it this year.
Right.
What should I store?
And I wish I had some pages. How do they store? Are they in archival pages right now? They're not. So the vault where they store the microfiche film, you know, for the church and so forth, so 55 degrees and a 35% humidity. So that's kind of where it needs to be stored. Because always store it in the dark if you can, and then store it as cool as you can as well. And it's usually not super cold, but cool. In archival pages. Anybody have those? Do anybody have those photo albums where they have the cling pages? Okay, that's a wrap. Okay. So those cling pages, make sure to get your images out of those cling pages right away and get them scanned. All right, I think that's it. I think that's what, okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. More questions, we can take another question. There was somebody else with a hand.
Hello, everybody. All right, a friendly crowd. I am really in luck today, aren't I? Welcome to Become a Master Searcher on Ancestry. My name is Ann Gillespie Mitchell. I've been working at Ancestry.com, or Ancestry as we now call ourselves, for 7 years. When I first came to Ancestry, I was the search product manager, which makes me a little qualified to talk to you today about search. I now work on the library version of the product. In case you didn't know, we do offer a version of Ancestry in many public libraries and other institutions, and I also do many classes for Ancestry Academy. How many of you have seen or heard of Ancestry Academy? You guys are a great, well-educated group. I love a smart class. How many of you are Ancestry subscribers? All right, that's not a huge surprise given the topic we're going to talk about today. There have been a lot of search classes, and I've done a lot of search classes, so I'm going to try and give this one just a little bit of a different twist. And what I want for you to walk away with is new strategies on how to search, and maybe a better understanding of what is happening when you search. Because my theory is that if you know what's going on behind the scenes, when you push that search button, that you're going to be a much better searcher and you're going to get better results. I'm just curious, how many of you have been doing, let's say, genealogy, family history, for at least, oh, I know you guys all do it, that's why you're here. Well, maybe not, you never know, you might have wandered in off the street. How many of you have been doing it for at least 5 years? 10? 15. All right, we won't go any further. I'm not going to make anybody confess how old they are, but you guys are an experienced group, right? You've done a lot of searching on a lot of sites, so none of this is really, hopefully, all that new to you. But even if it is, don't worry. I think we're going to be able to take care of you. How many of you have heard the parable or the story about the 6 blind men and the elephant? Right? Right? Y'all have heard that. Okay. And the whole idea is that each man is blind, but he was feeling the elephant, and he would describe it, and to him, that is what the elephant was, right? But it was all of them together that sort of gave us what the elephant was, right? You had to bring it all together. They were all right, but they were all wrong. How many of you have been told there is one way to search? Just one way to search. And if you do it this one way, you will always get the best answer. And don't do anything else. Those people are right, but they're also wrong because there's always different ways to do things. And if you want to find every record you can on Ancestry or any other online site or any other archive, you really do need a variety of strategies. And that's what we're going to look at today. So the first thing you have to think about when you start searching is, what do I want to know? How many of you just sort of sit down in front of the computer, and you don't have to raise your hands if you don't want to confess, but how many of you sit down just in front of the computer and say to yourselves, well, I'm just sort of goof around, and you don't always have a goal? We all do that sometimes, right? We get on that shaky leaf treasure hunt kind of thing, and we just sort of wander around. But we're going to be so much more successful if we know what it is we're searching for. So what are the types of things that you might look for? An answer to a question, right? A specific data collection. I'm looking for the 1940 census so I can find various people. Records, specific images, specific people, entertainment. Sometimes we just want to be entertained, and there's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't have to be always serious. It can be fun. So answers to questions. What are examples of this? When was a person born? Who are the parents? And if we're looking for answers to questions like that, we're not looking for one specific type of record. We're looking for any and every record that is going to give us answers. And that will influence the search that we do. Data collections. I want to find the 1940 census so I can go find all my ancestors. You know, I was thinking about it the other day. We still have more than 6 years for the 1950 census. How are we supposed to wait that long? Oh well, different story. What vital records are available for Alabama? As you go through your ancestors, we often will look for this. Specific records, specific images. And make sure when you find that record, you don't just look for the record itself and the description, but you always look for the image. Everything you can find on a specific person. Sometimes you're looking for a specific thing, and sometimes you're just looking to find everything you can find to tell the story. Sometimes it's just entertainment. You know, a fun article, just something to make you laugh, make you maybe shock you, who knows? And we all find shocking things in our research that we'd rather not confess to, but it's out there. But also, what is our end goal? Too often we get caught up in our searching, and we really are, it's like this rabbit, or not rabbit, like a hamster on a treadmill. We're just finding records, and we're not actually looking for the end goal. All right. Another true confession time. How many of you have the huge pile of papers with all your records and research and books and everything? Oh, come on. How many of you have a spouse who's like, really? Do we need all this? Yes, honey, we do. I have that conversation all the time. All right, how many of you are a little bit more OCD? How many of you have the organized books and the nice laminated folders? Can one of you come to my house? Because I could really use the help. But again, how many of you have tried to show any of that to your family and they're just not really all that interested, right? Yeah, exactly, yeah, I heard that. Because what we really want is to tell our family story, right? Who were these people? We're not just looking for records, we're looking for the story. We're looking for the people and who they were and what their lives were like and how that impacted us. So how do we do that? Well, here's the first method, and we've all tried this. We do a lot of research. And when we say do a lot of research, that means we're just going to gather up a lot of records. Because when we first get started, that's what we all do, right? We either go through that time where we take whatever tree's available and merge it into ours, and we're back to Charlemagne really quickly. Been there, done that. No, I've not gotten back to Charlemagne. Or we're just collecting a lot of records. And then we're ready to write, and we sit down in front of Word, and then we wait for divine inspiration to come and visit us. And there we are. I tried that. It didn't work very well. I started typing a sentence about my grandmother. She was a wonderful woman. Why couldn't I write her story? It's because I wasn't doing it as I went. I wasn't really searching for records and managing the records correctly. And that's really part of searching. Searching is not just finding, it's understanding and retrieving everything out of it. And we're going to talk about that. So there's a better way to do it. One, I want you to learn multiple ways to search for things. And coming to this class is a really good start. I want you to build the foundation for every person. Do you have all the census records? Do you know what their vital information is? Not all vital records exist, but do you know that information? Analyze what you find and write up random thoughts and ideas as you go. You're not writing the story as you go, but you are writing up just whatever occurs to you. What questions do you have? What things do you notice that strike you as really odd? Learn to write those things down, and you're going to be so much happier in the long run. And then ask yourself, what should I do next? How many times have you picked up an image of a census or a marriage record or a death record and gone, I have 10 more questions, right? We all get those next questions, and that's part of the search process. The search process is not just finding something, it's doing that circle and doing it well, knowing what comes next. All right. How many of you have ever thought about what happens when you press the search button? You probably don't, right? Some of you have. Okay, well, let's talk about that. All right. So I've typed in this search, John Smith. See, sometimes it makes you cry. It happens. John Smith, a place your ancestor might have lived, Virginia, pick a random state. 1879, he was born, right? That's not an unusual search, right? And I want you to think about this too. Whenever you search for a person on Ancestry, those 4 things are usually fairly key to your search. First name, last name, location, and some sort of date, usually a birth date. So you hit search. Well, no, you hit the black button. All right, there. You hit search. And how many of you have gotten, and we're not exaggerating, right? It sounds like an exaggeration, but 38 million results. And how many of you have said, why do I have 38 million results? I don't want 38 million results. I just want the records for the person I'm looking for. Well, let me tell you what happens. You typed in John Smith, all right? So what a search engine does, and not just Ancestry, but any search engine, it's going to go out, and Ancestry has more than 16 billion records. It goes to all those 16 billion records, and it finds every one of those records that has a first name of John in that record, and it puts it in a pile. And then it goes and it finds all the records that have the last name of Smith, and it puts it in another pile. All right, they're not actual piles, but we'll think of them as piles. Then it goes and it finds every record with any location that's Virginia, because that's what you told it to do. You said any location, birthplace, residence, death place. If it's got Virginia in it, it dumps it in this pile. Anything that's got a birth date of 1879, more or less, because we all know in genealogy, dates are sort of, eh. And then it takes all those piles and it mashes them all together. Or it doesn't mash them, but it mixes them all together. And then it sorts them by relevance based on what you entered. And it gives you 38 million results. That's what's going on. And that's why you get so many records in your result. We don't expect you to look at 38 million records. I know there are some people who've printed out pages. Don't do that. But there is a way that you can control the search results so you get a much smaller list and you get what you're actually after. And on any search engine, especially Ancestry, you have to understand how to control names and how to control locations and tell the search engine exactly what you want it to do, which is not to go out and fetch you 38 million records, right? That's not what you want. You want what you are looking for, and you have to know how to talk to the search engine. Now, there are different types of search engines. I'm sure most of you have used Google, right? I'm sure you have, or something similar. That's called a text search engine, right? You type in a location or a word, and it brings back results. But a genealogy search engine is a little bit different, and it's called a structured or a fielded search engine. That's because when you type in, say, Smith, it will know what kind of Smith you're talking about because you've typed it into the first name or you've typed it into the last name, or maybe the location. You're looking for Smith County, Virginia. So it knows something about that word. It's a fielded or structured search engine. So how do you know the difference? Well, I have a test, and it's pretty quick to tell, and it's called the Ready Cache test. I am not making this up. I have the document here to prove it. I have an ancestor named Ready Cache. Honest? I think his name was actually Redding, but everywhere we look, it actually says Ready. And there's his scrawled handwriting. It's beautiful. I love that document. But if you type this into any search engine, if you type it into a genealogy search engine, first name Ready, last name Cache, what you're going to get back is people, right? So if you can type Ready Cache in and get back people, you have structured search engine or a fielded search engine. If you type it in, and if you get a lot of stuff that's about money, you have a text search engine because it's just matching words. It doesn't know that you mean for it to be a person. And even on Ancestry in different places, if you're searching a book, it loses the sense of names, and it's really just doing text matches. If you're searching in newspapers, it's just doing text matches. But if you're searching in the census, it knows it's a person. So does that make sense? In a genealogy search engine, the engine knows things about the words and dates you type in. All right. So there's that difference. So how does that affect what you're doing? Well, let's start with the census because that's what everybody always starts with, right? It makes total sense. We can lay out who our people were. And we're going to talk about dates and locations and names, names and locations in the census, but it applies to everything. And once you understand how to control those, you know pretty much how to control anything you need. So understanding names. You have a search form here, and actually sit down and look at the search form. And next time before you start searching and you get all caught up in who you're searching for, test the search engine. Think about the things that we've talked about here and test how they work and see how changing things makes a difference. How many of you have used name filters on Ancestry? Not enough of you. All right, so if you don't want to see those weird names and you don't want to see 38 million results, this is where you dive in. As soon as you start typing in a name on Ancestry, underneath that name bar, you'll see exact pop up. And if you mouse over that, you'll see a drop down. And it will give you options on how to control the names you see. Like for last name, you can have exact, sounds like, similar, and soundex. Sounds like basic phonetics, anything that sounds the same. Similar, if it's a first name and we have William, it'll match Will and Bill and Willie and Billy and WM, right? Things that make sense that way. And then soundex, it's used more when we had old indexes, but that's also available. So let's say I'm doing a search and I take Smith and I restrict it. But still, and I'm sure you all have seen this, and I know a lot of you have asked this question, and this is why I bring up this example. I'm not restricting the name John at all. And so when I get these results, one of the things I'm going to see, in this case, is Walter J. Smith. And you may think to yourself, why am I seeing the name Walter? Why am I seeing the name Dorothy? And I also, in this particular example, said I wanted to see only things from Rockbridge County, Virginia. Why am I seeing Cincinnati, Ohio? How many of you run into this? Really strange results. Yeah, okay, I'm seeing that. That happened to me. We can all have a little support group, but now you'll know the answer. All right, the first thing. In Ancestry, the last name must appear in some form in the results, but the first name does not have to appear unless you tell it to. All right? So if you want the first name to always appear, you must tell the search engine to do that. And to do that, you're going to set the filters. And you can set it to sounds like, similar, and initials. So here, it's actually for the John, it's matching the J. All right? That's what's happening there. And if I go, and on the location, sometimes you need to look in the record. This is 1940 census, and you know how it has 1935 residents? When I went and looked in that record, what I'm actually seeing is the 1935 residents is actually, Rockbridge, Virginia. So did that one make sense? It's actually in the record, and you just have to dig a little deeper. And I'll be honest, sometimes occasionally things get misindexed, and you're just going to look at it, shake your head, and move on. We can do that. All right, so let's go back to names. We're going to look at John, and we have the exact. And be careful with exact, because exact means exact. Not sort of, not sometimes. It means exactly the same. If you have John, it will not match Jno unless you choose similar. So similar and sounds like are often very, very useful to use. Once you choose these and you do a search, after you do that search, then this option becomes sticky. And it sticks with you until you change it. So this is really useful because you set it up the way you want it to work. This is the filter I always want you to use, and it will use it that way. All right, so now I've restricted this a little bit, and I'm getting a lot less results here. Here, I've got Lexington, Virginia. I've restricted John, I've restricted Smith just a little bit, and I've only got 8 results. Just by changing the filters just a little bit, I've changed the instructions to the search engine. So instead of saying, go get every record, well, I'm still saying that, go get every record, but when you bring back the list, they need to follow these rules. You're telling the search engine by setting filters, the rules you want it to follow, and you now have control over your results. Does that make sense? All right, I'm seeing some nods, good. Go try it and play with it. Turn some on, turn some off, and see what you get. If I restrict it down a little bit, this time I'm taking off initials, I just get this. I just get 4 results. Because if you look at before, I was getting names that match Walter J., right? Because I had initials. I took off initials, and now I just have these 4 names. All right? I told the search engine what to do. I control it. It doesn't control me, and we're all much happier. All much happier. I want to point out one thing, though. Handwriting is a funny thing. And we can have long, spirited discussions about how things get indexed and written down and transcribed. But these things are hard to read. Even on things where you know the people, they're hard to read. Look at this particular name here. Is that an I or is that a J? Is it? Look down here at James. Is it an I or a J? How about here at Isabella? Is it an I or is it a J? Ancestry has it as an I, Family Search has it as a J. I am not faulting anyone on that one, are you? So what does that mean? It means that when you're doing things like initials and all sorts of variations, you really do need to be careful to try and think of what can happen and look at certain images if you're not finding who you're looking for. And that's just a fun example, let's face it. All right, so what's the difference between a transcription and an abstract? A transcription is when you take something and you write it down character for character the way it is, not the way we would spell it now, all that kind of stuff, just character by character, space by space. An abstract is when you take the information and you sort of take the goodness out of it and you write that down, right? And then what's the difference between the abstract and an index? An abstract will tell you, let's say that you have a deed. It will take the information, John Smith sold this 440 acres to John Jones for $500, right? That's an abstract. It gives you the general feel of what it is. An index is just a finding aid. And an index is going to help you find that record, but it's not meant to be a pitch-perfect reflection of what's there. It's nice if it is, but it is not always. And a search engine, the indexes are not always 100% accurate. I know, it's shocking. But they're not, so you have to make sure that you're trying different variations. You have 16 billion records, nobody is going to claim that it's always right. So keep that in mind too when you're searching for things. And remember Isabella, James, and the mysterious I and the J. All right, so let's talk about location. On a record, location is often the thing that is most likely going to be accurate. And why is that? Because records are usually created at the location the event happened. Usually, not always. We know this to be true. So usually the location, like on a census where it's recorded, a marriage where it happened, those are going to be the most accurate. So trying to use that as the center of your search is probably going to give you better results. Understanding where something might have happened is key to your search. If you're going through a census and you're trying to figure out a marriage place, and you know that everybody was born in Virginia, and the parents were all born in Virginia, and every census you have, they've all lived in Rockbridge County, where's the first place you're going to look for a marriage record? Rockbridge County, right? So look at your records and what you've got, and this is part of the search process and why they all feed into each other, and use that information. Just don't go to marriages, type in a bunch of names and an approximate date and hope it all works out. Use your logic, use what you know, and tell the search engine to do what you want it to do, not just give you random results, because random results are often wrong. All right, so let's look here again at John Smith. And the inferred residence here is Lexington Rockbridge, Virginia. But let's say we want to look at Natural Bridge, Virginia. And how many of you have tried to control the lived in the census? All right, if not, I'm going to show you stuff that will make your life a little bit easier. All right, so when you're using a census and you know the specific county, you want to put that in the lived-in field. Lived in is the same as residence. Those two things are the same. And you can filter those. Also, if you know a town and it has an actual name, we'll talk about districts and wards in a second, you can put that in and choose exact. And this is really useful in really big cities and this kind of stuff. And it will give you just those locations. All right, so here I'm looking for Natural Bridge, John Smith and Natural Bridge. And by restricting the location, I only come up with 77 results. That's a reasonable list that I can look through, right? Just by controlling. And I always recommend to everybody, start small. Start your location as small as you possibly can. Don't look in all of New York City. Don't look all in the state of Pennsylvania. Try and focus it down. If you don't know the county, try and guess. And if that doesn't work, then you can expand your search. So here I've got Rockbridge County, and I've got it exact. And again, exact means exact. Now you'll notice that a lot of times we have like Natural Bridge, Rockbridge, Lexington, Rockbridge. Censuses are usually written at the county level, and when you say exact, this is what you're after. But what if you have, how many of you have seen wards and districts and stuff when you're searching for your census? And you're like, I would really like to narrow that down, because if I'm looking in Chicago, John Smith, that's a bit of a challenge, right? Even if I've got it down at Chicago. So what you can do is if you go down to keyword and you type in this case it's District 7, and set exact or Ward 2, or whatever it is you're looking for, it will only give you results with that phrase in there. So when you're looking on a record, certain things are indexed, right? Because we talked about structured fields, names, locations. But everything that appears in the record that you see on the page has to be stored somewhere. And this is the difference between being indexed and having just text. All right, so hang with me here for a second. So if it's a structured value, it's indexed. A name is indexed. Rockbridge County is indexed, okay? But District 7, it's stored with the record in text, but it's not indexed. Does that make sense? It's going to come back because it's part of the record, but nobody's indexed that because nobody knows where District 7 is really. But if it's in text, I can search for it in keyword and make my results even smaller. Does that make sense? Go try it. Go play with it and try it, and you'll find you have a lot more control. All right. Let's look at censuses. So where do you find a census? How many of you, when you search the census, go into the specific year? I suggest you do that. Take your ancestor. You probably have a decent idea of what their lifespan is. Start from the most recent census first, 1940, if that's when they lived, and work your way back. And if you go on the home page and you scroll down, you'll see the box where you can get to each individual census easier. Makes a lot of sense to just search one census at a time, because you're much more likely to find who you want without all the other cruft. You can also go to Census and Voter List and search it that way. And on this page, you can dive in and you can find US Census, UK Census, and all this applies to all the different censuses. All right, so let's just run through some basic search tips. And remember, if you're sitting here in the audience, this is being live streamed, so you can always go back and watch this again if you forget anything. First thing, start with the basic facts. How many of you search from your family tree? Okay, not a bad way to search. It's a different way to search, and I recommend it. Always try it. But what happens when you have a bunch of information in your family tree? Every piece of information is going to pull a whole new set of records, right? We talked about how search works. Every piece of information adds a new pile to the bucket and gives you more results. So sometimes it's easier just to start with the basic facts, which are first name, last name, some sort of location, and a birth year. And here we have the infamous ready cache. Understand how names are searched. Names are the most vexing thing in genealogy. Our ancestors did not always use the same name. Our ancestors did not know how to spell, and our ancestors simply did not care how they spelled their last name. I have a Bible page that lists all the Gillespie boys. They have 2 different spellings, and it was all written at the same time. They didn't care, and it wasn't just my family, it's everybody's family. So understand how names are searched and how they're indexed and how to control them. And if you know how to control them with filters, you will have control of your results and you'll start finding who you're looking for. And this is not just on Ancestry, though I think we have one of the better and most sophisticated ways of doing it. But any search engine you have, understand how names are actually indexed and how they can be filtered, and you will be much more successful. Wildcards. Wildcards are really useful on top of filters. Filters are great because they're going to give you wide variations, but there are some names. If you're looking for some sort of Polish or Yugoslavian name in Chicago, these filters are not always working as well. There are a whole lot of consonants and not a lot of vowels, and it becomes a little bit more difficult. Or if you're just having trouble with names, you may want to use a wildcard. My maiden name is Gillespie. And boy, does it have a lot of variations. So I will often use wildcards, and I'll use, in this case, G star. And a star means 0 or more letters. 0 or more letters. And a question mark means 1 letter. It has to be 1 letter, all right? So play around with this and see what the results are. But this gives you the ability to find all sorts of different variations. You can also start with a wildcard at the beginning or the end of the word. You have to have at least 3 characters. But try playing with this and see if it helps you. You'll notice here I have 2 different versions of Gillespie. And if I use this, especially the further back I go, the more success I find I have in one search. What types of locations are there? Not all locations are created equal. They're all different. A birth location, marriage, death, lived in, which is the same as residence in a county, that kind of thing, in a census, and any event. If I put any event and I put, say, North Carolina, that means any of those other locations just has to be North Carolina for it to show up in my results, which may be what you're after, but be careful. Also for birth, and a census especially, it's only recorded at the state or country level, right? I mean, we've all run into those censuses which were nice enough to put it at the county level, but we don't record it like that, so only search them at the state level. Can you filter locations? Ancestry lets you filter locations, and I'm not sure I've seen anybody else do this, and this is my favorite thing we can do because this is the thing that's most likely to be accurate. You'll notice when you start typing them in, you'll be given a drop down. If you pick from that drop down, Ancestry knows a lot of information and will present you with filters. How many of you have ancestors that lived on county or state lines? All my ancestors did. Another thing that happened in rural areas is our ancestors would record deeds, wills, marriage records, and anything else they could do to vex us in different counties. Why would they do that? Because if you don't have a car, are you going to go to the courthouse in your county, or are you going to go to the closest courthouse? You would probably go to the closest courthouse, right? So you can search. We have a filter that allows you to search county and adjacent counties. And it will also go across state lines, because you'll find that some of your younger, more amorous ancestors may have jumped a state line that had more liberal marriage laws and gotten married there. This will make you much more likely to find them. Play around with these. County and adjacent counties, state and adjacent states. Start small, expand out. Start with small result sets. All right, so here I'm going to look for Reddy Cash, just because it's fun. He was born around 1800, and I know he lived in Rockbridge, Virginia. And here I set it to adjacent counties, and just to show you this actually works. Some are in Rockbridge and some are in Botetourt. So I can find him easily just by changing my filters. Limit your scope. How many of you sometimes say to yourself, I really don't need to see all these photos that somebody has put on my ancestor? Have you ever gotten those result lists with all photos? Or you just don't want to look at family trees right now? If you go down to the bottom of the search form, you can decide, am I only going to see records, stories and publications, family trees, photos, and maps? Turn it off, turn it on, do a search, and then it's sticky. Remember what sticky is? It stays that way till you change it. How many of you have English ancestors or Canadian ancestors, and you're like, I'm really tired of seeing US records? I know that this happens. Also, right above those options, you'll see collection focus. You can choose the country you want it to focus on. So if you go through and you choose German, it will prioritize German records and put them at the top of your results, which is really awesome, right? Because then you have the country you're after. But be careful, because once you set it and do a search, it's sticky, and then if you go to look for your US ancestors, you might be a little confused at first, so make sure you set that back. How many of you go down and search different types of records at one time along the side? Once you're done with census, and I always recommend do census first, and then figure out different records that you want to search. Military records, for example, may not have a birth date, they may not have a residence, so they're not going to float to the top like census records do. In Ancestry, the records that float to the top usually have names, a residence or a location of some sort, and some sort of birth date. But the records that don't are not going to float to the top, and you'll need to dig down into those categories to find them. So here in my ancestor Tarleton Gillespie, if I go down into military, I might find his 1812 records, and they might not have floated to the top because they didn't have his birth date, or that he was in the Virginia militia. And this is useful information. So I look for different types of records at different times. Also, you may not just want to look at record results. You might want to look at all the different data collections. Remember we said we don't always look for records. Sometimes we want to know all the data collections our ancestor might be in. Well, if you click on top of your results to categories, you'll see a list of all the record sets, all the data collections that we find results in. And then you could dig into each one at a time. And a lot of people prefer to search this way. I always recommend try different ways to search. And this is a great new way to search. Try it and see if you don't find different results that way. Search in a specific data collection. If you look at any specific data collection like 1940, you'll see everything that's indexed. How do you know what's indexed? Because it has a field on the search form, right? Structured data will have a field on the search form, and you know it's indexed. Remember, lived in for census means the county or the state they were in, and remember, exact means exact. How many of you read data collection descriptions? Oh, I bet you will now. How many of you have gone to look, maybe in this example, for a Maine marriage? And you look, and it just doesn't come back. It says here it's from 1892 to 1996. Well, the trick is if you read in the data collection description, you may find that not all counties are available and not all years are available. And it will relieve a lot of frustration if you don't look for something that's not there. So if you read the collection, not only will it tell you what is actually there, but it will also tell you where it came from, which will tell you how worthwhile or much you can believe the information, and it will tell you where else you can go for more information. Lots and lots of good information there. All right, let's look at a quick census example, because it's not just finding the record, it's searching the record itself. Poor little pumpkin. All right. So here I'm looking for my ancestor, Adam B. Snavely. And in one way, he's just the weirdest ancestor ever, because in every census record, he has the correct birth date. That never happens, does it? It was really strange. All right, so we're looking for Adam here, and I'm finding records. How many of you just go through, and you won't confess this, but don't do this, and just click it and save it to your tree? And tell yourself that you're going to go back and look at it later. How many of you have ever done that? You are the one honest person in the room. We've all done that. We all know we've done that, even though we know we shouldn't. But you know you're missing stuff. Look at this. We're looking here at a 1900 census for Adam. And as I go through, and really, if you're doing yourself a favor, you're going to go through and you're going to write down everything that is there. I'm not going to read this to you because we'll all be bored really quickly. But I write down everything that I notice and questions that I might have. Everyone who's in the family. In the 1900 census, for example, it tells you how many children the wife had and how many are living. There are 3 living in the house, but she had 6. I know there are 3 others I need to go track down, right? It helps me identify him and Adam and Molly in other censuses. Also, look at occupations. And don't just say your ancestors were just farmers. Nobody's just a farmer. But in this one, I noticed something really weird. How many times have you walked up and down a census page in the 1900s and found all the women on that page were cooks? I thought that was the strangest thing. And these people are actually all related. It's rural Virginia. Everybody's related who lives next to each other. And I couldn't figure it out. And I thought, oh, this has got to be something really cool. Maybe they have like a really cool diner or something, and I can go find it. No. What actually I think it was, right around that time, the state built a mental institution, and my guess is they all went to earn extra cash and were cooks in the mental institution because I can find nothing else that makes sense. And I could be wrong. And then some of my relatives also ended up there. Stories are awesome. Especially in my family. All right. I also put things in timelines. I'm a big fan of an Excel spreadsheet, just something really simple, and I just start writing things down. Remember, we're trying to write a story, and we don't want to wait for divine inspiration, right? So if I write down everything as I go, it's a lot easier to put into a story later on. So I just keep writing and recording. How many of you always look at the neighbors on the census? Always? Really? All right. I never used to because I was young and foolish and didn't know what I was doing. But the thing is, here I'm looking at the Snaveleys. All the neighbors are Calhouns, more Snaveleys, and Fazels. Do you think they're all related? Oh yeah, they're all related. My family married itself over and over again. I'm not kidding. And then I update my timeline, add in other ones, and now I keep going back. And in 1860, and this is another point where search is different. It's not just finding the record. So I'm trying to figure out, is Adam, because he'll be living with his parents at this point. Is he this Adam? He's in Wythe County, which is right next door, but his age is off by 8 years, so it's probably not him. And then I find the right one in Smith. But you have to look at all of the possibilities. Now, there's like 3 Adam Snaveleys, and they're actually all cousins because people like to use the same name over and over again. Can you imagine if you named your child the same name that your sister or brother had named their child? Everybody would be all upset, right? Back in the 1800s, that's just what everybody did. All right, so here we have Adam. Look at this census, and it's easier to read on the index. Do you notice odd things here? You notice there's an Elizabeth Gross, and that's a different name, right? You also hopefully notice that all the children sort of fall in the right ages, except for Mary J. Snavely, right? That age looks really off. It doesn't follow the right progression. So the questions you'll ask yourself, who is this person? Does this mean Adam's changed wives? Is this some other niece or nephew that's come into the family? So, and this is really hard to read, so we won't look at this one. So these are the things that I have to track down. Who is this person? And what it turns out, and we'll skip the whole how I found it, but what it turns out, if you look at this one, do you notice how Adam, who's the son of Nicholas, also has property? That's sort of odd, right? Usually it's just the head of the household that has property. So I looked at that and I thought, no, this is different. Well, Adam's first wife, her mother had died, and left his daughter, who is Mary Jane, the property. But the property gets listed with the father because women didn't really own property, neither did children back then, so that's where the property came from. Let me draw this out for you. And I write all that down. But here we go. All right, so there's Adam. He had a father named Nicholas. We saw that. Whose father was Adam. That's pretty obvious. Whose father was John. John had a son named Adam and a daughter named Barbara. Barbara married Philip. Barbara and Philip had a daughter named Mary Jane. Not that Mary Jane, different Mary Jane. Adam and Mary Jane, her what, first cousins once removed or something, fell in love and get married. They have a daughter named Mary Jane Emma Snavely. Mary Jane Aker dies, and we find Adam and the younger Mary Jane in the census. And that's that whole family all together. And if you don't start searching, and it was that detail on the 1860 census where Mary Jane's age was really off, and Adam owned property as well as Nicholas, that made me say, I need to search for more things. So it's really, really important that you look at all the details and ask yourself that question and continue searching. All right, so let's talk about vital records. How many of you go looking for vital records and you find out they just don't exist? How many of you have South Carolina ancestors? We're going to start a support group. They didn't have vital records till after 1900, because that makes sense. All right. How many of you are familiar with the Ancestry Wiki? One of the most useful tools out there. If you go into the Ancestry Wiki, you can determine whether vital records exist or not. Go in, and you'll notice that you may be familiar, this is an aside, but there's the source in the Red Book, which you used to have to buy, and they're really thick. They're now on the wiki, and they're free. You can just get them there. You can go search them to your little heart's content. But you can also go in and look for any given state. And under any given state, you'll notice on the right that it says, in this case, Virginia Vital Records. If you go there, it will show you all of the information about vital records, when they were first recorded, where they were stored with the county, where they stored with the state, and where you can get them. And if you go into the county resources, and you'll see that on the side, and you scroll down, and just print this out for every state you have ancestors in. This is what I do. It will tell you the county, the parent county, when that county was first created, and when all the different records were first kept. So if you're searching for some sort of information about an ancestor who lived in Smith County in 1820, you're not going to find it. Because if you go here and you look, you'll know that in 1820, Smith County didn't exist and was actually Wythe County. And you'll know where you should go look. And this is really useful information. Knowing how counties change over time will impact how you search and where you search. They'll also tell you where burn counties are, which gives you all sorts of creative search methodologies. How many of you have gone to the bottom of the search page and seen the map? Go to the bottom of the search page and see the map. And then click on a state. Here I click on Utah, and it will show you data collections that are just about Utah. And I bet you there are lots of them in there that you have never seen. How many of you have been in the card catalog? Okay, more. To get there, click on search at the top of any page, and you'll see card catalog. Click there. And you can go in and you can filter as much as you want. On this particular one, I'm looking for vital records in California. So I can choose birth, marriage, and death, California. I can't read that, marriage and divorce. And I can also limit it to the 1900s, and it will show me every data collection on Ancestry that might have that kind of information in it. That's pretty powerful, right? I find all those data collections, and then I can go dig into each one, because sometimes vital information is not just going to be in marriage certificates. It may be hidden in other places. Also, you can do that search, and then you can go to the top, and you can click on and change the priority to date added, and it will show you the newest data collection, so you know if there's something new that you need to look at. All right, immigration and military. There are 2 pages, one for immigration and one for military records. For immigration, go to ancestry.com/immigration. It will allow you just to search our immigration collection, and you can also then click on the little tabs such as passenger list, border crossings, etc., and dig into it that way. And it's a great different way to really dig into immigration records instead of just your basic global search. You can also go to the wiki, learn more about it there. And you can also go to place pages. Every state and country has a list of immigration records. And you can also go to the card catalog. So think about it. If you're searching immigration, look at the card catalog, look at place pages, look at the specific page designed for that. Look at different ways to find that information. Same thing for military records. This is the only page on Ancestry that will let you search military records by specific conflict. That's pretty useful, right? We do that on Fold 3, but here you can do it on Ancestry, ancestry.com/military records. Different ways to look at things. And then you can break it down. Of course, you can also go look at Fold 3, and if you're an Ancestry subscriber, you can get a discount, or you can go visit the guys in the booth, and they'll give you 50% off, just because they will. It depends. Sometimes you can search multiple people. Generally, you just need to search one at a time on immigration records. All right, and on military, obviously check the card catalog, check place pages, look at different ways to get into the data. How many of you are aware that there are over 20,000 family and local histories on Ancestry? Over 20,000. I bet most of you have never looked at them. Go to the place pages. It'll list the ones for that state, and usually you can dive into a county and see if there's ones for the county. Or you can go to the card catalog, and to find a local history in the text box, or first you can just filter down and it will show you that way. Or you can go into the keyword text box, and if I type in Rockbridge, it will search both title and keyword, which is or both title and description, sorry. And it will find any data collection which has the word Rockbridge in our collection. And of course, because this is an example, I find lots of them. But there's a lot of good information in there. And remember, once you start searching books, these are text searches, so the Ready Cache test will tell you something. Also, go in, choose story and family histories, and then just put in a last name. You may find something there that you did not expect. And remember, don't just search the last name of the men in your family. We all have this bad habit of looking at our tree and thinking that if our last name is Gillespie or Smith or Jones, all our ancestors are just Gillespie, Smiths, and Jones. Some reason we forget we have mothers. Do you really want to tell your mother that her people are not important? And good luck with that. But do look for those. You can also look for newspapers on Ancestry. We have some, but nowhere near as many as we do. And I'm running out of time here, so I'm going to skim through this. Newspapers.com obviously has a lot more, and they have everything that Ancestry has. And again, if you go to the booth, they'll give you 50% off. That's $40. That's nothing in genealogy terms. And it is by far one of the best text searches I have seen. I love newspapers.com. Always, when you're on a site like that, browse and see what they have, and you can decide if you really do want to buy it. And you do. It's awesome. Don't be afraid to just do a global search. I always recommend that you start with specific data collections or types of records, but also do a global search. I was just goofing around one day, because not everything I do is serious when I'm doing searches. And I was looking for my grandfather, and I found him in a yearbook. So I went to look, and there he is, serious-looking man. But do you see what's next to him? This is somebody's yearbook we scanned, and he had written something in it to this person. My grandfather wrote that. That's his signature. It gave me chills. I've also found a patent record for him, or a passenger list for him I didn't expect, and I have a great-great-uncle I found a patent for. You just are going to find random things that you didn't expect to find. Don't be afraid to look in public member trees. They get this horrible bad rap, but there's really a lot of good things in them. And let me show you this one thing. How many of you have seen the All Hints page? If you go to the pedigree, and you know what I'm talking about. You go to the pedigree, and if you click on that, my tree is called This Tree Twists a Lot. I told you, they all married each other. And you click on View All Hints page, you will see something that looks like this. It changes sometimes. But you see, if you click on photos, you never know what you're going to find. Sure, you may find Care Bears and unicorns. You probably won't attach those to your tree, but sometimes you find really awesome things. I found Reddy Cash and Mary Hartigan's marriage bond. I found the supporting documentation where Thomas Cash gives permission for his son and documents that it is his son. That's pretty useful information, right? Also, that Timothy Hartigan gives permission for his daughter Mary. Somebody just uploaded that as a photo, and I just happened to find it. If you don't look, you won't find it. Look in different places all the time and look in different ways because you don't know what you're going to find. But if you always look the same way and do the same thing and expect different results, what does that give you? Insanity, exactly. You all are a smart crowd. Also, just look for different books. We have some really random books in our references and dictionaries and almanacs. We also have maps. Go to the card catalog and see what is there. This one is Irish names and surnames. It's not about your ancestors, but it might help you understand them a little bit better. Also, when you're searching books, sorry, I went ahead too quick there, we have the table of contents. Because you're on a search engine, too often we say to ourselves, oh, I can only search it. But if it's a book, you can read it just like it's a book. Don't be afraid to look at things in different ways when you're on the site. If you need more education, this has been live streamed. You can watch it again. Or you can also go to Ancestry Academy, and I have a search class which has a little bit different take, and we're always putting up new and different ways to do this. Go out and look for your ancestors. Control your results and learn how to do it really well. You're going to find more things, and don't always do things in the same way, and you will be so much more successful. Thank you all so much for coming today. It's been a real pleasure.
Hello and welcome to Proven Methodology for Using Google for Genealogy. That's the good news. There is a methodology for this. How many of you Google? Lots of you do. All right. I'm Lisa Louise Cook, and I have been Googling for many years, have written a book, The Genealogist Google Toolbox, on the subject, and just wrote a second edition because guess what? Everything changes. Have you noticed that in tech? Hopefully nothing changed since last night, and what we're going to talk about today is all up to speed and relevant. But one of the things I noticed in watching people do their Google searching and using it as their portal to find great information on the web about their family is that it actually reminded me a bit of a slot machine. I remember a couple years ago, I was at the NGS National Conference. It was in Las Vegas, and you had to walk through the casino to get to the hall. Yeah, so I saw just a few genealogists at slot machines, and what they would do is they plunk in their card or their coin, and they push the button, and they just hope for the best. And you either win or you lose. And I thought, that's Googling. That's what I see people doing Googling all the time. They go to the search box, they type in their keywords, they click the button, and they hope. And if it's a million results, or they don't recognize the first couple, they just go, oh, well, I lost, too bad. You know, that woman keeps talking about Google like it's something great, but I'm not having any success. That's what we're going to change today. Over the years, what I have found, and I've really discovered it in rewriting in the second edition, was that there actually is a methodology to this. It isn't just random use of different tools, which we're going to be talking about, but there's actually a flow. And that's what we're going to work with. And I know you as genealogists are going to enjoy having a methodology for this. So let's start at the beginning. The science behind Google. And there really is a science to it. First, it crawls the web 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I know it sounds a little creepy, the crawling thing, but it actually is going to websites and crawling through all of the text. It's indexing it. It's going through and checking how many links are on this website to somewhere else. Where do they go? Are they always going to family history websites? Google's learning something. It's actually creating a profile about that website, trying to understand it contextually. It's also going to be checking videos. How many videos does this website have? What are they all about? Trying to build a concept. Think of the idea of a book. Well, actually, as it's crawling, it's going to be caching these pages. That's called making copies. Caching is copying. And people often hear that and think, well, that doesn't sound good. Why am I not getting the live version? When you go to a library and you get to a book and you only have so many hours before they close and toss you out on your ear, you want to be able to get as quickly as you can through the reference books to find your information. Do you start at the beginning and thumb through page by page? No, you head to the index. And that's exactly what all this crawling is about. It's creating an index of web pages. And in a sense, the index of a book is a copy of what's inside the book. And it's linking to it by giving you page numbers. We're just taking that into a digital realm, but the concept is the same. So Google knows a lot about every website that's out there, and it's crawling on a regular basis. We're going to use that to our advantage. And a thing to remember about Google and the science behind Google is that it takes you literally. And I'm going to keep hammering this idea to you because it's so important. In fact, one of my listeners, I do at the Genealogy Gems podcast. I know we have a lot of folks listening to us live over streaming. Hello. And we have a lot of folks here. Has anybody heard the podcast? My Genealogy Gems, thank you. It's a free show on iTunes. And one of my listeners wrote me and she said, oh my gosh, before I got your book, I was trying to work on Google and I was really frustrated. And my son-in-law walks by my office and he's like, oh, you're having a picnic. And she's like, no, I'm really frustrated. He goes, no. Problem in chair, not in computer. You are a picnic. And so in our family, in our house, it's always like, that's a picnic. The good news about a picnic and the fact that the problem's in the chair when you get bad results is we can fix this. I can fix me and how I'm doing it. If it was all Google's fault, you'd be hard-pressed to get their attention on the helpline, would you? To get them to change their algorithm? No. So if it's taking us literally, if we fix this and get our methodology in line, and we use the right tools and the right strategies, we're going to be able to actually be in the driver's seat to get, Google wants to give us the right pages. It really does. And it's going to be able to do that. And the thing is, even though not all genealogy is online, all genealogy search starts online, because that is your portal to the rest of the world. What libraries are there? What archives are there? What are their contents? What's in their catalog? Can I access it online, or do I need to go in there in person? You can do a lot of legwork to save a lot of time if you start online to prepare for your research plan. And if it takes you offline, wonderful, you got a road trip. So number 2, let the past be the present. I think it's important when we use technology that we do understand some of the basics and how it really does affect us, and particularly in terms of privacy. And one of the things that Google does is it does have web history. So how many of you have a Gmail account? Raise your hand. Oh my gosh, lots of them. I know a lot of you guys at home. You already have a free Google account. We're going to be talking about some tools that if you don't have a free Google account, you're probably going to want one by the end of our session. When you're signed into your account, Google is tracking what you're searching. I know, it's like the shadow, the shadow knows. Well, Google knows everything that you've been doing, everywhere you go, and that can actually be to your advantage. Because what this means is, it's watching what you're searching and saying, wow, she keeps going to family history websites. Maybe when I dish up the results, I ought to give a little more weight. If I've got 2 to pick from, I ought to weight this one a little higher, because that seems to be in her profile as a searcher. So it really can be an advantage. But I do want you to know how to turn it off so that if you don't want to have it following you and tracking you, you can. Some people even do decide to turn it off when they're not doing genealogy. So in a sense, you're giving the impression you only do genealogy, right? And that really heavily weights it. So in the syllabus for this presentation, you will find information on how to get to this, the step-by-step that I'm showing you. But you're going to go to history.google.com, and you're going to tap into your account settings. Surprise, surprise, they keep moving where this is. I'm getting the feeling they don't want me to turn this off. But you can. So once you get to your account, you're going to find a little button, and it actually doesn't say turn it off. It says pause. They're insinuating they'd like you to turn that back on later, right? That's okay. It's a good thing. So you can do it paused off or turn it on, and you can control who's tracking, okay? So you are in the driver's seat. Now, let's get to a plan of attack. How do we get this into real procedural methodology that we can feel comfortable that when we've gotten through the process, we've covered all our bases? First of all, identify specifically what you want to find. That makes sense. But how many people have I seen pull up google.com and type in Johnson, John Johnson, right? Would you walk into the family history library and say, I would like the Johnson family. I'm just going to be right over here. Just bring it on over. And you're waiting, and if the librarian maybe has enough time on her hands, she would bring you materials, but she would bring you carts of materials, right? Because, oh my goodness, there's Johnsons all over the place. Does that look like the millions of results that you get when you go to Google? It's a picnic, folks. We've just been a little too global in what we've requested, so don't throw your genealogy brain out the window just because it's going to google.com. Structure a question about what you want in really specific terms. Are you looking for a particular record collection? Are you looking for a particular ancestor in a family? Are you just trying to figure out how to upload your family tree? What is it you're trying to do? And we're going to try to formulate some specific queries. How would I describe it to a reference librarian? Ask yourself that. That will help you in doing this. And one of the things that I recommend, and I know one of your biggest pain points is common surnames, right? How many people have the surname Green and end up with a whole bunch of eco-friendly websites, right? And all natural products and Kermit the Frog. You don't need all of that. I have a friend, his last name is Ivory. And you can imagine the soap and the elephant tusks and the piano keys that he gets in his results. What you're going to try to do is think of a profile of the ancestor, if it's a particular person. In my case, Lars Larson. Oh my gosh, my husband's great-grandfather, Lars Larson. A very generic name. But not every Lars Larson lived practically his whole life in the town of Winthrop, Minnesota. From 1830 to 1930. You know, time frame, place, who he married, these are all very unique factors. I actually used this analogy when I gave this session yesterday. I was thinking about a fingerprint. A fingerprint is a combination of lines and swirls and things in a very unique pattern that make your fingerprint the only one. And really, your ancestor is exactly the same, because we're all very unique. So the person that they marry, the town they live in, the places they go, the time frames they live, these all line up and create this unique fingerprint of this person. So I'm going to give you some tools to take those keywords and factors and be even more specific with Google. We're going to do that with search operators, and that's number 4. So using the right tool for the job. I remember, if anybody follows me on Facebook, you might know that I have a passion for cake decorating. And my last cake was a Minions cake. My 6-year-old grandson explained to me that was Bob. I made Bob. I didn't know that. But I love doing it. And somebody said, oh my word, how are you? This looks like a professional cake. It's not the talent here. It's the right tools. It's having the right tips and the bags and the spatulas and the things that all come together to really up my game. And that's what search operators can do for you. They're going to be symbols and little words that we can use in combination with what we already know about our ancestor or the record collection we're looking for. And it's going to be even more specific to speak Google's language so it can understand and avoid the picnic. How about this? Quotation marks. One of the basic things you can do is put quotation marks around a keyword or a phrase. I think of names as a phrase. And have you ever noticed, like in my case, if I have my great-grandfather, Charles Burkett, if I did not put quotation marks around that phrase, I could end up with Charles Mahoney and 7 million sentences later, and Sue Burkett is down here. There's no relationship, right? And that's just a waste of your time in terms of results. If I can put quotes around the phrase so that Google knows, look, it's Charles first, it's Burkett second, they have to be together, and by the way, that phrase must be on every single results that you get. That's effective. That's going to really get a lot of the noise and the clutter out of your results and get you the right guy. So here's an example on our slide. We've got newspapers. If I'm doing newspaper research, newspapers I put in quotes, and also San Francisco. I put it in quotes because you could get, San Marco, lived in, and Francisco Hernandez, right? So I'm telling Google something very specific about it's got to have newspapers, it's got to have San Francisco. Now, sometimes, have you noticed if I did Charles Burkett, and that's all I did, what if a wonderful genealogy website had a wonderful transcription list, and it was last name first, first name last. Burkett, comma, Charles. Burkett, comma, Mary. Would I get that page with my Charles Burkett search? No. Because I actually told, and this is where Google's taking me literally, you said Charles first and Burkett second, so you got what you asked for. So the OR operator is going to give us flexibility to say, okay, it could be that it's John Green, or it could be Green John. Now you'll notice that the OR is in capital letters. This signifies to Google that this is an operator. typically a small word like the and or, Google just sees blank. It just eliminates it. But in this case, or is working as an operator. Now, I did put a comma after green because that's just habit. But in reality, the comma is not a search operator. Google just sees blank. So what it sees is John Green or Green John. One or both must be on every single search result that you receive. She asked if the or needs to be capitalized, and yes, it does. That's what signals it as a search operator. Now, what if John Green has a middle initial? My Lars Larson often used his middle initial, he used his full name, and we don't know on the websites that are out there which way they're doing it. The asterisk is going to give us flexibility to kind of hold a spot. So if I have John and Green, the asterisk stands in the middle. There's a space on either side because it's performing a function. It says, I'm going to be here and I'll be the middle initial R. I'll be the middle name Robert in case that happens to be on a page, because we don't want to not get those pages when we do our search. So whether it's John R. Green, John Robert Green, just John Green, I'll get them all because the asterisk holds a spot for it. Question? She asked, would I put an asterisk after John? See, we've got or Green John. The reason there's no need for an asterisk is anything could come after that anyway, right? We don't have to say there might be something, because even if there was, it would just automatically be fine, because all Google did was fulfill the request that I said it had to be Green John. So yes, you don't have to do any asterisk after it. It's really only when there's a possibility of something in between two things that holds a spot for it, okay? Now, thinking about context and the profile of a person. We talked about that, like Lars Larson married Lillian. That's one of his little unique imprints on his hand, right, in his fingerprint. And so Lillian is unique to him, and I don't know necessarily that every page will mention her, but if I wanted to make sure they did, I'd put quotes around her. I could say that I want Lillian around within 3 words of the word Larson. Maybe she's got multiple middle names. Maybe, I don't want Lillian showing up way down on the page with somebody else. You can specify that a keyword is within proximity of another word. So if you're not sure if it's city directory or city and county directory or city phone and telephone directory, you know what I mean? There could be a couple of different words in there. You can still have your phrase, but you can say around. So you want to specify the number in the parentheses. How close? Between this word and this word, how close would you like them to be? And you'll find that as you look at your results, when you start getting things spread apart, that this could come in really handy. Now, this one, along with quotes, you're going to use a lot. So how does my friend with the last name Ivory get rid of all these soap and elephant tusks and piano keys? He can subtract them out. So the minus sign allows us to take keywords that we know have nothing to do with our family and get those out of there. And believe me, it's not just families. This could be record collections. This could be, you're looking for society information. Whatever it is you're searching for, stuff's going to come up that just is totally irrelevant. And if it has nothing to do with that search, get those words out of there with a minus sign. So let's say we're researching the Lincoln family. Guess who's going to clog up your results? President Abraham Lincoln. And if he doesn't happen to be in your family tree, he may very well have a John somewhere in his family tree. And so I want to ask for my John Lincoln, but I don't need Abraham. There's no Abraham in my tree. So perfect, I can subtract the word Abraham. So I've got John * Lincoln. I don't know if he's got a middle name. I put quotes because I want it mandatory, exact phrase. And by the way, minus Abraham. In this case, the minus sign touches the keyword Abraham. And the reason for that is that you have to tell Google what to do to this word. The asterisk was doing a job all by itself. It was holding a spot for a middle initial or a name. But the minus sign is actually touching the word it's supposed to get rid of. And you could have multiple. What would happen? Do you think you might still get some President Lincoln websites even after we've subtracted Abraham? Sure. So what's another key word we could subtract? President. Oh, you guys got it. So multiple words that you could subtract. Minus Abraham, minus Lincoln. If your folks aren't from Illinois, minus Illinois. Whatever's associated with that thing that you're getting that you don't need. Same thing with green, same thing with, it really is going to help you with those common surnames. Now, here is the search operator that is like built for genealogy. Technically to Google, this is a number search, 4-digit number search. What's a 4-digit number in our world? It's a year. So you could literally get an entire century out of your search results by having a num range search that specifies the 4-digit span. Okay, so if John Lincoln lived between 1790 and 1830, it would really help me out if I could specify that every web page I get needs to have a 4-digit number that falls in that range. Because chances are there's going to be a birth date somewhere or some information that includes a date. So, John Lincoln minus Abraham, 1790 ... every search result will show that a 4-digit year in there. So let's mix it all together and I'm going to show you some results to see how this works. And here's the thing. Have you noticed the search query gets longer and longer and longer? It really does. Sometimes a couple single words, no problem, that does the trick. But we're trying to dig a little deeper. We're trying to get into the nooks and crannies of the web and these millions of websites that are out there. You don't know if you have a cousin Fred somewhere in Timbuktu who happens to be uploading all the family photos. Wouldn't it be nice to find his website? This would help us. So for my Lars Larson that I'm researching, I'm going to say Lars asterisk Larson, or he goes by L.J. Larson, or Larson Lars. I think I've covered a lot of bases there. Guess what? There's a Lars Larson radio host. And boy, does he dominate my search results no matter what I ask for. So I'm just going to, right out of the bat, subtract the word radio. My guy lived 1880 to 1930, so that's going to be my num range search, 1880 ... 1930. He lived in Winthrop almost his whole life, so why not toss that in there with quotes? And I'm going to start first kind of narrow, make that mandatory. If I'm finding I'm not getting enough results, I can always take my quotes off and loosen it up a little bit. And by the way, he's married to Lillian. Now, I'm not so sure that Lillian will show up on every web page that talks about Lars Larson. He was very big in business and that kind of thing, so she may not. I'm not going to make her mandatory. I'm going to take no quotation marks for her. But here's our search results. And what you're seeing is Google has nailed everything I asked for. Lars E. Larson, turns out there's a Lars E. Larson, 1891 is bolded. Isn't it great? It kind of puts in bold, here's why you got what you got. And that's super helpful to know if you need to make some adjustments. But it's captured Winthrop, it captured Lillian. It actually turns out that Lars E. Larson is a cousin of Lars J. Larson. So you can mix and match. Really, to become more of a sophisticated Googler, you're going to have to embrace multiple gyrations of the same search. It's not, after all these years, I don't get it right every time right out of the gate. I have to really kind of play with it. Run multiple versions of the search that you do. And remember, let's say it all together, Google takes us literally. So that means if you're not getting what you want, you've asked for something, or you've actually made a really narrow net. Maybe got a little quotation mark happy. Take some of those off to make those words optional, because otherwise they're going to be mandatory. So I'd like to show you some examples. I've been learning lately that people really, it's easier to learn when you can see it in a real case study. So I want to share with you some working examples of how to use this search technique. And the first one is with John Alton. Now, John Alton's son was named Frank, and he was born in 1892 in San Francisco. But of course, the real problem for those of us who have San Francisco ancestors is that the great earthquake of 1906 destroyed the county courthouse, and we lost a ton of records. So in this case, I wasn't going to look for him specifically. What I really want to know is there an alternative for his birth certificate to the records that were lost in the county courthouse? Maybe, I'm sure I'm not the first person to deal with trying to research people that were affected, their records were affected by that earthquake. So I went to Google, and I did a search on San Francisco in quotes, newspapers in quotes, and then I put the 1892 in a num range search, kind of gave myself a little bit of a span there, and sure enough, there's a couple of different sites here. And one of them says, this list will aid those who were born in San Francisco before 1906 and whose records were destroyed in the fire. Turns out I wasn't the first one to have this challenge, and this website is dedicated to collecting and cataloging information and making those resources available. And of course, one of the great resources is newspapers, because there might have been a birth announcement. So I clicked on the link, and I got to 1892 births published. This website with all this information linked over to this for this time frame, and it turned out it sent me to the Internet Archive. And it says that 3 San Francisco newspapers were published at that time, and they've been digitized. And when I clicked through, Alton, son of John, it's a transcription of his birth announcement in the newspaper. This one happens to be digitized, but it could very easily be that they've told me what archive or library that has this collection where I could access it. So really cool that, now one thing you need to know, this is a scanned image, right? When they digitize records, they're creating actual images. Google can't read words on images. It can't go into Excel spreadsheets that have been uploaded or attached to web pages. It can't go behind password-protected pages, like digging into the files of Ancestry. So interestingly, this was digitized. Had I just searched for his name, I never would have found this. So think about, yes, the people, but then also think about what are the collections, what are the records that I'm looking for, because sure enough, he literally is named in this file, but Google couldn't find and read that page, that picture. It read the text description of the collection. So that's a really important thing to keep in mind. Test number 2, putting this to the test. So Google has the big white google.com page. Looks pretty blank. But in fact, and that's why I called my book The Toolbox, there's all these different subcategories of tools that are free that Google has. And it has Google Books, Google Scholar with scholarly papers. Google Books has over 25 million digitized and OCR'd, which is optical character recognition. That allows Google to read the words on the pages. 25 million books, most in the public domain. The ones that are fully digitized are the public domain books. History books, folks, that's what they are, old county histories. So it's a fabulous resource. Lots of different toolbox free tools out there. So one of my listeners, again, I love my listeners, my gems, and Sue wrote me, and she told me she went on vacation in Florida, and she was on one of these boats. I don't know if they were going near the Everglades or what, but they had a tour guide. And they get to talking, and this young tour guide said, why are you here? And she says, oh, I've been doing family history research. My folks were from this area a long time ago. Oh, really? What family? The Fletchers. Really? Who? Well, Silas Fletcher was, my great-great-great. She's like, I did my thesis paper on Silas Fletcher. And of course, you can't do a happy dance in a boat because it rocks and then you're gonna fall out. But she was really trying, and she says, I was so excited. And we got to talking. And I got home, and I didn't have her name or her email address. And I wanted to get this document because she'd spent, so much time creating this thesis paper. And she had dug into archives that Sue knew she'd never been to. She said, okay, thesis. Lisa says there's Google Scholar. She went to Google first to see what she'd find. When she did her search on Silas Fletcher, in quotes, making it mandatory, and she just added the word Florida, she gets 3,200 results, and a lot of them are some guy named Silas Fletcher who's a painter today. So she tried Google Scholar. Silas Fletcher, in quotes, Florida, 11 results. All of them are talking about the correct Silas Fletcher. Many of them are sources that the tour guide had used for her thesis. And when she clicked through and she spotted that gal's name, here is Silas, here's her entire thesis paper. And by the way, she had unearthed a hand-drawn drawing of the Indian Key where Silas lived at that time, showing where he lived, where the mercantile was, the whole shipping industry. She said, once the tears go away, and I can see, she said, I just had to, it was like going home to his home. And she had been able to kind of piggyback on some fabulous research that somebody else had done. So when you're looking for, kind of digging in deep and seeing, maybe before I reinvent the wheel, I ought to check, has anybody else already done some great scholarly work on this family? Google Scholar. And here's the thing, folks. The search engine under the hood, it's always the same. So everything I taught you about search operators applies to Google Books, Google Scholar, Google Patents, Google News, all the different areas. Test number 3, and I love this one because I love video. I do think video is going to be really the wave of the future in genealogy. We're going to see more and more of that. And my contributing editor at Genealogy Gems, Sunny Morton, she actually was the editor of my book. And she's been an avid genealogist, has done a lot of work on her family, and they have a lot of wonderful old home movies. So she's talking to her husband's family, and they're saying, oh, would you do some research for us? And she said, yeah. And they said, we don't have all those movies and pictures and stuff like you do. Well, here, I'll have Sunny explain it to you.
Editor of Lisa Louise Cook's book, The Genealogist's Google Toolbox, the second edition. I was skeptical about her chapter on finding your family history on YouTube. So skeptical, in fact, that I immediately opened YouTube afterward to prove her wrong. Can you guess how this ends? Following one of her tips, I entered an ancestral hometown and state and the word history. The fourth search result made my mouth drop open.
There goes the fire alarm, and the doggiest fireman in town is right on his toes. Chief is his name.
Not the dog.
Number 1 member of Engine Company Number 2, Oliphant, Pennsylvania. To the fire, boys, and drive like blazes. Chief is the idol of the lady pooches, and right now he's giving them all a ring. Must be a big fire. The chief hopes that it's the dog pound. Up with the ladder, boys. Oh, fireman, save my dolly. Careful there, Chief, or you'll be just another hot dog. Ah, good going. You're a real fireman, Chief.
There he is.
So the little girl gets back her dolly. Ah, nice doggy. And for bravery under fire and smoke, the boys are voting him a raise. 2 bones a day, and a snappy new lid.
This is my husband's great-grandfather. I knew it was him because I have pictures of him. I have news articles and family stories about that dog. I knew Andrew was the driver of the fire truck at that particular station where I have visited, and it looks just the same. I showed the news clip to my husband's father, who never met his grandpa because he died just a couple of years before he was born. My father-in-law watched that video clip over and over again. It was like his grandfather brought back to life just for him. Lisa was right. You can find your family history on YouTube.
And you can. So she's asking me, what search did Sunny do? What she did was, she first searched for Andrew Hotnicki. It's a pretty unique name. Lucky, nothing on YouTube. He wasn't the star of that video, though, was he? So then she says, okay, if I'm not going to, what I talk about in the book is not go from the person, now go to what's around him, what's his context. Well, he worked for the Oliphant, Pennsylvania Fire Department, and that's what she put in. And I believe she may have included a numbering search from about 1930 to 1945, the time frame he'd lived there. And boom, there was the video. The truth is, your ancestors are bit players in everybody else's play. I now look at my home videos so differently. I watch them and I'm watching the background. The houses across the street, the people walking by. Yes, my ancestors are in the forefront, but I actually am holding the history of other people's families too, right? We've been uploading and sharing photographs for quite a while now. We've been on the forefront of that, but we haven't been as much so on video. And we need to leverage Google's strengths. Because if we're uploading and digitizing our video and putting good text descriptions, that's the key. Remember, Google can't go and watch the video and go, well, the dog's name was Fearless, or whatever his name was, and Andrew Hotnicki was the fire captain. We need to add a good title and a keyword-rich description so that when people search for those things, our videos will pop up. I've had people tell me that they find one video, and I always say in the book, contact the person who uploaded it. And sure enough, she did. He goes, oh, I only uploaded one. I've got 3 more from that town. I'll share it with you. So don't be afraid to ask. I love YouTube, and the search engine is the same awesome Google search underneath. So let's talk more about leveraging Google strengths, because that's number 6. We're going to go into a new concept here. Let's say that you have done this searching and you have found some really cool sites. You have found Uncle Fred over in Timbuktu, and he's got a site, and Mary's got a site. And you've been kind of picking into the corners of the web and finding these great websites. Your family, maybe you'll even start a family website. That would be an awesome way, a little bit of cousin bait. You know, get lots of keywords in there, people, so that people will find you when they search. So let's say your website is at the top of my circle, and it turns out that you were doing some searching and you found John's family history website, and it's all about your family. So the first thing you're going to do is you're going to put a link over to his website so that your visitors who are interested in this family will also go check out John's, right? Because you have a relationship. Well, John goes out and he searches too. He found Bill's website. Now, Cousin Bill, you don't know him, but John knows him, and he has linked over to Bill's website because it's the same family research. John's really good at this, and so he also found Mary's family history website. And this could be individual people's, this could be universities, this could be archives. We don't know, whatever kind of website has your history. You don't know that he linked to them. Bill doesn't even know that John found him. Maybe they don't know each other. We can link to other people's websites without ever talking to them or even saying we've talked, we know that they're there. Guess who knows? Google knows. Google has crawled all of these websites, and it indexed all of these links, outbound and inbound. So I got to thinking, if I know my website's all about my family, and I know John's, why don't I check and ask Google, tell me who is linking to John's website and who is linking to my website? Wouldn't you like to know? Would you bother linking to a website that had zero to do with your family history? No. So we have to assume these are pretty connected websites. If you do a link search, you can say to Google, link, and copy and paste your address, or copy and paste John's website's URL. Make sure they touch. Link. Google sees that URL and it says, what do you want me to do with that? Just go there? No. Put link : right up against it. I want you to give me a list of everybody who's linking to this site. And here you go. You know things about John's website that John doesn't even know, because you don't always see inbound links. You see outbound from his website because he put them there. But you don't see who finds him. We don't always identify ourselves to each other when we find our websites. This tells you everybody who's linking. Wouldn't that be a great place to start to go check them out? If they're linking, there must be a relationship there, some kind of continuity. Maybe that's another long-lost cousin. So you've taken the strength that Google knows all of these links, and you've actually got it to tell you. If you have your own blog or your own website, you should go home tonight and run a link search on your website. It's really interesting to see who's stalking you. All right, now, okay, she says, I don't have a clue what you're talking about links. What are you talking about? Okay, quick synopsis. You go to a website and you see letters and they tend to be in blue and they're underlined. That's a hyperlink, right? If you click it, what happens? It takes you to another website. When you have your own website and you're doing research and you find John's, you go, oh, you copy his address and you create a link on your page so that everybody can go from your page to his page because they'll benefit from both. We deal with they're hyperlinks, but we just call it a link search. Does that help? Cool. Now, if you have websites, but you haven't taken my class and you have not found anybody yet, okay, so we have yours at the top, we've got John's, we've got Mary's. Guess what else Google knows about you guys? Even if you've never connected your websites by links, it indexed your websites and it says, you know what? These 4 people, first, the top word they use the most on their website is Thompson. That's because they're all researching the Thompson family. The second word they use constantly is genealogy. The third word they're using is Pennsylvania. It starts to see a relationship between your websites, even though you don't know each other at all. So, if it can do that, let's use a related search. We can take your website or John's website or any website that you find, copy the URL, that address that takes you there. It's their home page. If you dug into John's website because you were really excited, make sure you go back to the home page before you run this. That's the top of his website. So you're going to say, in google.com search box, right? We're back at the google.com search box. Related : address. Tell me, Google, who out of all the millions of websites most closely match the one I've given you? Done. Google knows. In fact, what's really interesting about this is this family history website I was doing for a friend. When you do the related, you're going down. Many of these are connected. The 5th one is East Carolina University. And my friend said, well, they weren't from there at all. I said, let's not make any assumptions. I clicked it. And on this page is a scholarly paper written that was part of their digitization project at the university, all about the Thompsons out of Pennsylvania. And luckily, the keyword description of this paper was so nice and keyword rich that Google found it instantly. It said, oh, wow, you want to see a match to that website you told me about? This paper. Think about the power of this. They said, I never would have thought to go to East Carolina University looking for information on this family. And I can now use Google and basically take a website and shove the whole thing in the Google search box, and Google tells me, starting with number 1, the closest match working on down, out of all the websites in the world. You're going to be up late tonight. I'm so sorry. And if you don't have your spouse call me, because I can't even explain it, you're going to be up for a while, because my guess is you probably have some bookmarks, do you not? Things that you found maybe a couple of years ago, some cousin that you go, oh, I got to keep that, right? Go back and dig those out and start running link search and related search. So we started this process from ground up, doing our own searching. Now we want to take advantage of the wonderful finds that we have and pump them up by finding the links and finding the relationships. Number 7, you got to put Google to work for you. And we can do that. Now, this is me and my grandma. And if you know me at all, you know that I was about 8 years old, and I was sitting on the back room floor of my grandma's house. And I was at eye level with these old black scrapbooks, and I see these books, and they're all black and white pictures, what in the world, and I don't recognize anybody. And I come out into the front room, and I talk to her, what is this, Grandma? And I had the kind of grandma who, even if she was knee-high in dish soap, threw the towel over her shoulder, come on, sweetie. We got in Grandpa's chair, and she took an old envelope and turned it over and says, okay, well, that's my mama, and that's Papa. Now, her name was Nikolowski, and she starts phonetically spelling out the names. And I'm just, my grandma loves me. She will stop and do anything with me. And of course, I got bit really hard at 8 by the genealogy bug. And I was the only grade school kid using their allowance to buy death certificates and gruesome things like that. It is her fault. I was mesmerized. I can see my face, I can see my chin, and oh my gosh, and this woman, oh my gosh. So Louise Nikolowski was from Klein-Jeruiten Parish in Kreis-Ortelsburg, East Prussia. It's a mouthful. It's taken me years to find this out. And I wanted to see, could there be church records? Because I know she grew up there. And I went to do a Google search. And so I put in Klein-Jeruiten in quotes to make that mandatory, but I put Kreis-Ortelsburg, not quotes, because I didn't know if every website would mention it. But I felt like Klein-Jeruiten is unique enough. If there's a hit, it's probably on the mark. And then I said church records, because certainly if there was a site that had church records, I'd like to go to the top with that, of my results. And 1870 to 1900, let's just go for gold, okay? We're gonna put it all in there. And I run this search, and these pictures start popping up. If you ever do this, run your web search, you're always in web mode. I always click over to image search just to see what the visual representation of my search results are. It's really cool. But I start seeing the church and the old postcards. I go back into web mode, and here's a website. This woman has done a lifetime worth of work in the church records of Klein-Jeruiten, which is just this little tiny place. And if you're watching from Germany, don't email me. I know I'm butchering the name, I just know I am. But I know I'm spelling it right, and that's what counts. She had all these Excel spreadsheets of 30 years of Klein-Jeruiten's church parishes. And in yellow, you see my Malkuses and my Nikolowskis and my Lexics, and I'm just, yeah! I can't believe it. I'm so excited that this woman was willing to share this with the world. And so I go looking for her contact information to send her an email, and I see a date. She uploaded these 2.5 weeks ago. What if I had searched a month ago? It would have been, yeah, right, like I'm going to find 30 years of Excel spreadsheets on some website. No, let's just be reasonable here. But it turned out that they were there, and it really hit me like a ton of bricks. These searches are only good at this moment in time. I got to clone myself. Something's got to happen here, because I got to run these every day. I don't want to miss anything, right? How are we going to? You're going to clone yourself. We're going to use Google Alerts. Google Alerts is going to take that wonderful, nice query that you worked so hard to craft, and it's going to run it for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, until you tell it to stop. And what it's going to do is it's going to email you new uploaded information. So because you have this is why I said if you don't have a Google account yet, you will. Because this is like getting your own genealogy personal assistant, somebody who's going to do this for you in the background. And you're going to sign in, you're going to tell it what the query is, what your search is, and you're going to tell it your email address that you would like to send the results to. It doesn't have to be your Gmail account. Any email address. Now, it's not going to send you stuff you've already seen because it's assuming you've already run this search. It says from this day forward, we're going to send you any new and updated web pages as they arise. So I usually don't get inundated. Unfortunately, there is not a deluge of Klein to Root and Parish and information being uploaded every day. But 6 months from now, when it happens, I'm the first to know. You can have up to 1,000 of these. Okay, so you just lost the whole week of sleep. I'm so sorry. You're going to go to sign in, make one after another, and in your sleep, you will be Google searching and finding ancestors, and you will wake up, and it's just like Christmas morning every day. I love it. I love it. So use your free account, and you're going to go to Google Alerts. And, I've been tossing out Google Alerts and Google Books and Google Scholar, and it's like, how do I find it? Just Google it. So let's run through our methodology one more time. Start with, we've already got a basic understanding of how it runs. Plan your attack. What am I really looking for? How am I going to ask for it? Then you're going to use those search operators. Use the right tools and start building your search queries to run through that Google search box. We're going to analyze our results. And I want to emphasize this because you don't just get a birth certificate and go, ooh, great, got it, stick it in a sheet protector and file it, right? You analyze it. In fact, you probably go back multiple times over the years and revisit it and look at it. And you go, oh, wait, that isn't possible. That couldn't be her son. Oh my gosh, I've got the wrong one, right? Same thing with search results. So when you get your first round, slot machine one time, you look at them, click through, analyze what you're getting. That tells you so much about how to tweak your search in order to run it again. I would really encourage you, run it 2 to 3 times before you really feel like it's fine-tuned. Use your analysis of results to help guide you. Then we're going to expand from our initial searches on google.com into the toolbox, into Google Books and Google News Archive and Google Scholar. Google Earth has the search engine built in now. Once we do that, then we're going to leverage Google's strengths. We're making hits now, right? We're finding really great websites. We're going to take those and we're going to do linked searches and related searches, and we're going to say, take this and just springboard to, on steroids, that positive result and try to multiply it. And finally, before we put our head on the pillow at the end of the day, we're going to copy our search query, put it into Google Alerts. We know it worked today. Turn it on and let the fun begin. That is the process. I'm going to have a few seconds to take some questions. I want to tell you that for those of you who are here in person, I have a free, and actually online too. I hope you'll visit me if you liked this, if you feel like, did you get something that you feel like you're excited to go home and use? Yes. All right. Well, if you like it, I have a free newsletter. Please come by to the website and sign up for that. You actually get a little, there are more operators than we had time to talk about. So whether you're here in person and you want to come and sign up for my newsletter at the booth, I'm at flag 1100, or online, you can do it right from our homepage. I'd love to send you that complete list of search operators. And of course, we talk about this stuff all the time on our podcast and our blog. For those of you who are here, I have, in your RootsTech bag, you'll see a schedule. My face is on the front, and there's a bunch of classes we're doing for free in our booth. And I am going to do tonight at 5:45 Google Power Strategies. So if you think you liked what you heard, we're going to just pump it up a little more and provide some more. And those of you out there, I did not forget you. I'm trying something new. It's called Periscope. So get the free Periscope app, search for my name, and follow me. Make sure you've activated your notifications, because those of you who are joining me in the booth, we're going to live stream from the booth. Can you imagine? We tried it out yesterday and it worked beautifully. We had talked to people from all over the world. So I hope you'll join us in the booth for Power Strategies. We're including you. And with that, any questions? We have microphones here, and I think we have just a couple minutes. You want to jump up or you want to yell it? She said you talked about putting web history on pause, but are these automated searches going to continue to run in Google Alerts? Absolutely, because web history is only just tracking you. Google Alerts, you told it something very specific, and those two animals are activated differently, so you won't lose any Google Alerts. Any other questions? Yes? Can you help me with what she said? I didn't hear. She's asking, how do you get to the other toolbox areas? The Google Scholar, the Google Books. Say it all together with me. Just Google it. So type in, she's like, oh, I knew that. Google.com, type in Google Scholar. It'll be your first result, because guess what? Google likes Google. Yes?
Is there a place for that, or does this come in place of that?
She's asking, yeah, the advanced search form. There is an advanced link on Google, and you have to run a search actually to get to it. It used to just be on the main site, but you got to run a search, and then it offers you advanced. In a sense, what I've done is I've taught you some of the components of advanced. So if you really are in a hurry, you could use advanced search, but it doesn't actually cover the whole methodology or anything. So fabulous tool. You can't be hurt by using it. And it will prompt you for numbers. It'll prompt you for exact phrases and that kind of thing. Good, thank you. All right, we are done. And if you have any other questions, I am so happy to answer them. I'll be in my booth at 1100. Thanks, and good to see you guys too.
Good morning. My name is Maureen Taylor. I'm known as the photo detective for finding your family history in your picture mysteries. And today we are going to talk about 5 steps to identify a family photo. So I've reworked everything I've ever presented to all of you to think about how to boil this down into 5 points. What are the things that all of my clients have in common when we talk about their family photos? What changes the identification process for them? And so I've put that in this talk. You all have photos. I'm sure you all have some unidentified photos. And you all want to be the photo detective. So I have, in this talk, introduced you to what happens behind or in my head when I look at a photograph. And I'm going to lead you through a couple of case studies to give you an idea of how the process works. Instead of talking in general about costume and all of that other little details, we're going to talk in broader terms and then go into specifics for 3 case studies. Sound good? All right, if you have any questions, this is being taped, so there is a microphone in the aisle for you to get up and ask your questions so it can be recorded. And we'll also have a question and answer period at the end when they're done taping, okay? Great. So when I went through the recordings of meetings with clients and thought about what people tell me when I meet with them about their family photographs, the number one thing that really changes everything, you know what I mean. You're doing all this research and then you find out you're researching the wrong family tree, right? How many of us have had that happen? It happens. It happens to the best of us. The same thing happens with family photographs. You think you know where that box of photographs came from, but can you prove it? And the history of ownership of those family photographs is something called provenance. And what you're thinking about is who owned it before you, who owned it before them, who owned it all the way back to the point at which that person sat for that picture. And you can take that picture forward as well. So say you have a family photograph taken in 1860, right? That person gets to the end of their life and decides they're going to give those photographs to another person in the family. Who are they going to give those photographs to? Who's that person then going to leave those photographs to? And on and on and on. Here's how it worked in my mom's family. So I recently got together with cousins for a memorial service. And my godson says to me, you know, I haven't gotten around to scanning those family photographs for you. And I said, what are you talking about? I thought your brother had all the pictures. And he goes, no, I have some. And he scanned them and he sent them to me and I thought, whoa, how did you get those pictures and where did they come from? So here's the story. My maternal grandparents obviously had a box of photos. My mom's the youngest. My aunt was the oldest. Her mother, my mother's mother, my grandmother, gave some photographs to her older sibling. She gave some to my mom. The older sibling then gave them to her third child, not the first, not the second, no, the second child. And then the second child, is my first cousin, gave them to her third son and fourth son and divided up the collection. I knew about the photographs owned by the third son. He dribbles them to me over time. The fourth son, my godson, I had no idea he had things. And guess what? Those photographs that he just sent me last week solved a mystery. It's a picture of a woman who was married to one of my mom's uncles, and his wife had died early, and in that collection sent to me by my godson was her memorial card from her funeral. Now we know what she looks like. Big surprise. But you see how convoluted it gets. So that photograph might be given to a direct relative and on, like the oldest son. Usually they go to daughters, though. I'm going to tell you that right now. Mostly photos go to daughters. It gets a little mixed up in my family with the sons. The daughter didn't want the pictures, I think. But anyway, so who owned that photograph? That will tell you if you're actually researching that photograph in the right family. Because that one detail, everything else is based on that. You can't make you can make an assumption, because at the end of this, when we do these case studies, we're going to add up all the facts, come up with a hypothesis, and then see how all the facts fit that hypothesis. Sound good? Great. So here's the sort of way it all fits together. You have a photograph, and I can't read that. You have a photograph, you have the provenance, you have the type of picture, you have the other stuff in the picture, the props and all that kind of stuff, and you add it all up and come up with your conclusion. How do you identify the type of photo? Another really important clue. The first type of photograph in this country is called a daguerreotype. It is shiny and reflective and in a little case. It is on metal, and they are very fragile, so try not to take them apart. In this picture that I have on the screen, her hairstyle, the style of the mat, and her dress identify this as being in the 1840s. Daguerreotypes were taken as portraits between about 1840 and the mid-1860s. The sort of second type of photograph is an ambrotype. Patented in 1854, they remain popular until early 1870s. And this is what all of the cased images look like, so you don't have to take them apart. Now, an ambrotype is on glass, and it looks like a negative, except that it's backed with something dark to make it positive. So a daguerreotype and an ambrotype, anything in a case, has these parts. You have the image, you have the mat, which frames the image, you have the cover glass, and then you have that little strip that holds the whole image sandwich together and puts it in the case and holds it there for safekeeping. A lot of you show me tintypes. Tintypes were patented in 1856, and they stay available into the 20th century. And if you go to a Civil War reenactment, you can actually still find tintype photographers taking pictures of you in historical costume, if you'd like, to really mess with your descendants, if you want to do that. And what about paper prints? Here in this country, paper prints were introduced in 1859. They're earlier in England. I saw one, really early one yesterday. It was great. But here in this country, paper prints are introduced in 1859, and they're still available today. And on the screen is the panorama of what 19th century prints look like. The little round chocolate-colored card from the 1880s, the cyanotype, that blue image from the early 1900s, the really handsome platinum print, you know, the handsome guy in the platinum print on the left, and on and on and on. So photographers were in business to make money. They were in business to make their customers happy. They adapted new styles of photography to entice you to go back to the studio. That's why we have so many different types of pictures. The very first type of paper print in this country was called a carte de visite. And a carte de visite is a small 2.5 by 4 inch card photograph. What about candid pictures? We all took them, right? Here's a picture of a woman with a camera taking a picture of her friend who also has a camera. It's classic, isn't it? Candid pictures date from about 1888, the Kodak, you push the button, we do the rest era. Photo albums date from the 1860s. But the ones from the 20th century, take a good look at those black paper albums. I'm sure you all have some. The Kodak Brownie camera was really popular with kids. And those pictures in that album might have been taken by a great-grandparent when they were just a child. Gives you a whole new perspective on what their world was like. Candid photography does something else for us besides putting us in control of the camera. It gives us insights into what their everyday life was like. Suddenly, we see people on sleds in winter. We see grandma picking vegetables in the garden, cooking in the kitchen, grandpa in his suspenders and work clothes sitting on the porch. It's a whole new way of thinking about your family history. And these photographs tell us a lot about our families. If there is a photographer's name on the print, usually they're on the front, sometimes they're on the information's on the back, you want to do a couple of things. You want to research those photographers like they're a member of your family. You want to treat them like family, using all those genealogical documents that you use for researching your family, the census records, the city directories, all of that stuff. You look for clues in the imprint. What's the name of the studio? Does it change names? Where is it located? Tells you something about your family. If they're in Utah, for instance, and they started out on the East Coast, they may have taken pictures along the way to document their journey. And you want to use web tools to research those photographers. What's the number one thing I do when I find a photographer's imprint? I Google it. Why not? It's the world's largest database. And what do I find when I do that? Okay, sometimes I find nothing. All right, let's just get real. But sometimes what I discover is that somebody's already done all that research. And there's another group of another collection of that photographer's pictures online somewhere, or in a museum, or in a library. And why is that important? So say your ancestor was from a really small town, and you have that photo imprint, and you research that photographer, and you know when they were in business, and you know who your relatives were living in that small town at that point in time. And maybe you only have 1 or 2 pictures of that branch of the family. But that collection that you found online might have other pictures of your family that you've never seen before. It's well worth looking. So what are we going to do when we look at a picture? We are going to study everything in it, from what's on the back to what's on the front, to what people are wearing, to what they're doing, and everything in between. You're going to look at your pictures in a different way. You're going to put them on the table, and you're going to think, you have to make your mind clear and say, I've never seen that photograph before, and take a look and see what you see. And you're going to look for things like props. What are they holding? What's in the background? What's the backdrop? What kind of clothing are they wearing? What kind of hat? What kind of dress? What kind of shoes? What kind of jacket or tie are the men wearing? Who's in that picture? Is it a group picture? Group photographs are great because if you can figure out most of the members in a group picture, you now have a key to identify lots of other family photographs. What about the place? The place tells you something about somebody living in that particular geographic place, which also ties into your family history. Because maybe not all of your family lived in that one little place. So that immediately tells you which branch of the family that might be, even if you can't figure out the provenance. And what's in the background? Is there a sign? Is there a car? Is there a reflection? A woman solved her photo mystery in a window reflection in a picture. I've heard it all. So what types of props might be in a picture? Here's this lovely little girl holding a doll. Her clothing clues tell me something about her. It's probably the early 1870s. But what is she wearing around her neck? A scallop shell necklace. Do you have a branch of your family that lived on the shore or lived someplace where there were scallop shells? Or did her uncle bring those back because he was a mariner? It's a handmade necklace. And what about the doll? The doll is a great clue because you can research dolls online. You can research dolls in antique manuals. And dolls are almost always fashionable. And this is a big, nice, china-faced doll. This was not an inexpensive doll. This one's from the Library of Congress. Most of these images are in my collection. If you don't identify them, they end up for sale, and sometimes they end up in my slideshows. Keep that in mind. This is the Cresson family of Philadelphia, 1844. This is one of my all-time favorite pictures. A lot of clues in this photo. We have a caption, 1844. I know a lot about the Cresson family. They're easy to research. They're a very wealthy Philadelphia family, and they were Quakers. So in the back is Emlyn Cresson. On the left is his mother, Sarah Emlyn Cresson. In the middle is the lovely Priscilla Pritchett Cresson, his wife. And on the right is her mother, Mrs. Pritchett. But what else is happening in that photograph? Mrs. Cresson is dressed in Quaker dress. The daughter's mother is dressed in conservative clothing. And of course, no woman would pose without her gloves on. It's proper. But what about Priscilla? She's dressed pretty fancy for a Quaker woman. And what about what's happening in the picture as they click the shutter? Which way is she leaning? Is she leaning towards her foreboding-looking mother-in-law, who probably judges her for spending all the family money on the furs, the jewelry, the striped silk dress, the hairdresser to fix her hair, all of that kind of thing? No, she's leaning towards her mother. And I somehow don't think that's accidental. So you have to think about what else is happening in that photograph. Now, I don't know anything about the interrelationship of the Cresson family, and I could be wrong, but it is kind of suspect that she's leaning towards the one woman who wouldn't necessarily not disapprove of her choices. Fashion clues are great when you find them in a picture, right? Everybody's dressed, so there are all kinds of fashion clues, from lapels to collars to hats to jewelry. There's lots of fashion clues to look at. People have a lot of questions about fashion clues, which is why I've written a couple of books on fashion clues, one on bonnets and hats and one on hairstyles, because you can tell a lot about a person just from the way they wear their hair, for instance. Were they fashionable? Were they conservative? Tell a lot about a person from the way they wear their hair. But you must be careful when you're studying fashion clues. You know that expression, what's old is new, you wait long enough and the style will come back? Those are words right from my own mother. I've reached that point in life. The styles have come back. They weren't so good the first time around. So I thought, as an example, I would show you the evolution of the bustle. So here's the bustle. Let's hope it never comes back, right? So on the left is a woman in England, very fancy hairstyle. This is called the waterfall bustle because it's lots of fabric that's kind of drapes in the back. In the middle is a photograph I bought, and on the back it says Aunt Ella, brown corded silk wedding dress, 1876. Tells us something about this mysterious Aunt Ella. It's a wedding dress, but it's brown, because when you research wedding dresses, guess what? Brown was a really fashionable color in 1876. So she is showing, and also it's a lot of fabric in that dress, so she's showing that she's got some means. And then on the far right is a woman with the 1880s bustle. They're so extreme, they look like a shelf coming off the back of you. But there's the bustle. So the bustles come back 3 periods: the early 1870s, the mid 1870s, and again in the 1880s. So look very carefully. So let's add up some clues and see how this all works when you have a photograph. Now this is being taped, so there's no need to photograph the slides. Thank you. This is a photograph I bought at a photo show, and it's completely unidentified. And I bought it because for a decade I've been researching individuals who lived during the American Revolution but lived long enough to be photographed. Right? They have to live after 1840. I thought this woman might fit that profile. She looks old enough to me. I flipped it over, and there's some information on the back. So take a good look at this picture, because now we're going to count the clues. So when I look at this picture, this is how the facts add up. It's a stereograph. 2 nearly identical images photographed, put on a card, and then sold. It's on yellow cardstock. The photographer is G.N. Barnard of Charleston, South Carolina. And the caption, "Old Mommer, 107 years of age." Great clues, right? So let's see what can happen when you take the time to research it. It's easy to find information on stereo cards. Stereo cards on yellow cardstock were available in the late 1860s to the early 1870s. Old Mommer, aged 107 in Charleston, South Carolina. Guess what? These cards are numbered. It is number 71 in a series of stereo views of the city and surrounding area. To research this photograph, I actually made a trip to Washington, D.C. I went to the Library of Congress, Princeton Photograph Division. Number 72 in the same series, because they have all the stereo cards, is a different woman and is titled "Old Mommer Selling Ground Nut Candy in the Streets of Charleston, South Carolina." The term "Old Mommer" refers to an elderly black woman who may have had child-rearing responsibilities at some point. Barnard, there's a book in the Library of Congress on photographers in Charleston, South Carolina. Barnard was in there. George Barnard took images in Charleston from circa 1866 to 1880, with a few gaps because he didn't stay in Charleston. We know the stereo cards were popular in the 1860s, early 1870s, in the yellow cardstock, so that rules out those later dates for the studio. So then you think, if this woman actually was 107 years old, if she knew how old she was, and many people did not know how old they were in this time period, they didn't have driver's licenses the way we have them today to tell us how old we are. The estimated time frame, let's use an estimated time frame of circa 1873. If the woman was really 107, then she was born circa or about 1766, right? Who is she? What genealogical resource can you use to figure out clues about her identity? It's something you probably all use. Excuse me? The Freedmen's Bureau. I hadn't looked in the Freedmen's Bureau. I was thinking of a more commonly used census records. So, if you look at the 1870 census for Charleston County, South Carolina, and remember, I don't know who she is, so I do an advanced search on Ancestry.com. You don't need to know a name, you just need an estimated year of birth, where they were living, that kind of stuff. There were only 4 women in the census of 1870. born between 1762 and 1764. I think her age is a little off. Sue Alston in Charleston's First Ward, Betty Frazier in St. Andrews, Maria Jefferson in St. James Goose Creek, or Diana Vanderhorst in St. James Santee. Only one of those women is living in Charleston, South Carolina, proper. A woman selling things on the street is unlikely to take public transportation to get to the city. She may be Sue Alston, but here's the thing, I still need proof. It's a great case study, but until someone comes forward with another picture of these women, an identified picture of these women, she will remain a mystery. It's a hypothesis. I need more family data on all of those women to find out when they die, more about their lives. And it would be great to have Barnard's documentation. Did he keep names of the people he photographed? We'll never know. That documentation doesn't exist, and likely doesn't exist for any of the family photographers that took your portraits. Most of that information is discarded when a photographer leaves the business, or their family discards it later. You can imagine what's happening, okay? The studio closes, the photographer brings everything home, then all of a sudden he dies, and years later his descendants are saying, what's that moldy box of moldy box of records in the basement? We don't need that. That's his old business records. And out they go, right? Happens all the time. Any of you ever buy a photograph because it has a name on it and you can't stand to see it sit in an antique shop or a tag sale? It's called the orphan photo movement. I have a lot of them. I get really personally involved with your photographs when I research them, and I get personally involved with the photographs that I buy that I research. Young woman. There's a little bit more information about her. Here's how the questions add up for this picture. By the way, does anybody have any questions before we go any further? Go ahead. So this woman says she has a photograph that's large on yellow cardstock and that it came maybe from Poland.
It looks like they're dressed in
funny clothing, right?
well, like ceremony
Helmet, you're right.
She's got a wedding dress on.
Probably cultural dress from that period, which is very complicated. There are complications to researching family photographs. Military photos are difficult. Ethnic dress is difficult. Fraternal symbols make you crazy. That kind of thing, right? And so she doesn't know who it is. She's asked her family, doesn't know who it is. If I see the photograph, then I come up with a series of questions, like that young woman that we just had up on the screen. So in this case, the questions are, what type of photograph is it? Who is she? What is she wearing? Where was it taken? And is there a caption, and is it true? Right? Okay. These are basic questions. You're going to ask these about all of they're good basic 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 questions. The 5 basics of identification. What type of photograph is it? Who is she? What is she wearing? What are they wearing? Where could it possibly have been taken? And the caption. And this is how you're going to generate your hypothesis, by asking these questions and doing the research and figuring it out. This is what I do. This is what I did for all the case studies in Family Photo Detective. That young woman, that photograph is a small card photograph. It's called a carte, there should be an S in there, carte des, D-E-S, visite, popular in the 1860s. and 1870s, depending on the size of the card, the shape of the corners, all that kind of stuff. And there is a back. There's a caption on the back. Latisse, 14 years old. And there's additional caption information on this. Somebody has, and you're going to see the caption in a minute. It says Charlotte Guild Richards. So right away we have a nickname for Charlotte. Anybody ever hear that nickname before? I hadn't. And the photographer was the Manchester brothers. So what is that small card photograph? It is a small card photograph with a rounded edge. It is 4.25 by 2.5 inches. It's a carte de visite, and that particular style of card, or the little cards I talked about, were introduced to the US in 1859. Gives you a beginning time frame for the case study that you're working on. It's always good to have that anchor. It's beginning or an ending. Somebody dies, you know it couldn't have been taken after that point. What is she wearing? The soft bow tied at the neckline narrows the time frame. How do you find information on fashion? You can certainly look in, all the things I've published on photographs and fashion and photo detecting. I include a lot of information on costume because it's a really important part of dating the photograph, but also a lot of people get confused it's natural to get confused when you have so many little details in what a person wears. Who took it? The Manchester brothers of Providence, Rhode Island. By using city directories, I could research when the Manchester brothers were in business and do a timeline for them. They didn't always call themselves the Manchester brothers. In the 1860s, they actually had a series of partners. They didn't last very long. I'm not sure what's up with that. But they had a partnership with a doctor. They had a partnership with other people in notable families. And they didn't last very long. So here's the back of the photo. What about the handwriting? Latisse, 14 years of age, tells us something about when that caption was written. It was written early based on the style of the handwriting and the style of the ink. Charlotte Guild Richards, that was written much later based on the printing and the ink. All kinds of things. Photo imprints are interesting. So you add up the facts in this case. The clothing, that soft bow at her neck, dates from the late 1870s to the early 1880s. Photographer Manchester Brothers were in business under this name in this period, and carte de visites were still popular. Typo there, excuse me. So who is she? Who is this young woman? Really, we know her name, but if you're part of this orphan movement, and I advise you to join in with all of us, buy those identified photographs, post them online, and let's reconnect them with family. Let's start a big movement. What do you think? The estimated time frame for this photograph is 1880. Charlotte Richards appears with her family in the 1880 federal census for Rhode Island, and she's with her entire family. Her father, Hubert, mother Mary, sisters Anne, Ellen, Caroline, and brothers Herbert and Francis, along with their servant, Annie Campbell, who all lived on Parade Street in Providence, Rhode Island. Remember, in the photograph, she's 14 years of age. In the census, Charlotte is 16, Caroline is 11, and Francis is 5. What does that tell us about that photograph? It was taken in 1878. Common question, how close can you get to a date? Sometimes pretty close. Sometimes amazingly close, if all of the things come together in the right way. Other times, it's a decade. Usually you can get within a decade, sometimes within 5 years. But in this case, were actually within a year. What other additional information is there? There's a portrait of Carrie. I bought a bunch of these Richards family photos. There is also a portrait of Carrie, who's 9 years old. That's Caroline Francis Richards. And their brother, Francis Bullard Richards Jr., who's 3 years, 1 month on the back of the photo. We know the pictures were all taken in 1878. All the family went to the photo studio together. I don't have mom, I don't have dad, but I do have the children. Charlotte was born. That photograph not only tells you that information on the back and the information on the census, but the information on the back combined with the information in the census not only tells you when the picture was taken, 1878, but it also tells you when she was born. If she's 14 years old in 1878, she was born about 1864. That's a lot of information to get from one little caption, one little photograph. It's possible. It happens over and over and over again. That one breakthrough moment. And additional sources to look at, right? I mean, I've only scratched the surface on the Richards family. Let's take another look at that photograph. It's a beautiful image. There she is, all grown up at 14, posing with her hair up in 1878. The information, the additional research might even give me a reason for why they went to the studio. What kind of sources did I use to solve this? City directories, vital records, local histories, genealogy databases, census records, all kinds of things add up to tell us more about the family photographs that we own. And some are just incredibly frustrating to work on, right? You think, oh, what is that? What is that hat that woman is wearing? Yes.
When I saw the back of the photograph, it looked like Lottie, and that could be a nickname for Charlotte.
It could be Lottie. I thought it was Latisse, but it could have been Lottie. I could have read the caption wrong. Let's go back. Should we look at it? You've got it on the big screen. It looks like an eye to me. L-E-T-T. See the dot of the eye? But Lottie would also work. But what about the final questions for this picture? Is the caption correct? Are there descendants? She dies unmarried. Her sisters die unmarried. They all live together until they die off one by one. It's kind of sad. The brother's married, right. So then think about who else in the family might marry. I bought these photographs at a photo show, abandoned by someone. So then you have to think about what are the ethical considerations when you find one of these photographs. Who owns the picture? Do I own it? Do I have a responsibility to give it back to family? But which family member? If I go on Ancestry.com, there's a number of descendants of this couple. Are they going to fight over it? I'm not sure. For right now, it's in my collection. I'm sure now that this is being taped, somebody will watch this and say, I'm related to Charlotte. And how do you make that determination? So I threw it in here as a good case study on how to work on a photograph, but also to raise the issues in case any of you are interested in buying photographs and using them. I'm not using them, but, reuniting them. I bought this photograph just a few weeks ago. He sits on my desk. I get obsessed with your photographs. I get obsessed with the photographs I buy. It's like I'm compelled to tell their story. And this guy has a really interesting story. Handsome guy, isn't he? Leaning on that fake balustrade. Here's the question for you. We talked about the 5 points to identify a photograph. We looked at different ways to move that around and figure out who's who in a picture. But what about the power of a photograph? When you think about your family photograph collection, is there a single image that pops into your head more than any other? Is there one image that you have a connection with, that you just are obsessed with, you want to figure out that identity? You've probably got boxes of unidentified family photographs, but there's probably one or two pictures that you are just driven to find out more about. Imagine that times the 4,000 plus photographs I've bought over the years. I have a massive collection. So can a single picture disturb the force of your life? Yes, it can. Maybe. The clues in a picture can add up in unexpected ways. Perhaps you'll gaze on the face of your great-grandfather. Perhaps that picture will lead you to additional details about your family, things you didn't know, family secrets, the untold story of their lives. Never underestimate the power of a single picture to transform your understanding of your life and your family history. And you're thinking, what is she talking about? There's this handsome guy leaning on a balustrade. Look at him. I asked all the questions. The studio props make it look like he's posed outdoors. This was a typical style of studio setup in the early 1880s. His narrow-fitting jacket, bowler-style hat agree with that time frame. Remember, it's never one or two fashion clues that pick the decade, but that's sort of a combination of them all. Who took the picture? On the back, I'm not going to show you the back. On the back, it's a pinkish-toned card with a gold-printed photographer's imprint that identifies the photographer from a city in the East. I can research that photographer, and I know when that photographer was in business, between 1865 to 1889. All right, I already know his clothing puts it in the early 1880s, 1880 maybe. So we know somewhere between 1880 and 1889 this picture was taken. Who is the man with the bowler? Guess what? It's identified on the back, and it says, with regards, Arthur Clifford. Who the heck is Arthur Clifford? And why did he pose in this beautiful suit? I estimated his age based on how old I thought he was, and I look at the lines in the face and all that kind of thing. He's established in his career and appears to be around 30 years of age, give or take a few years. If he posed in the 1880s, then he was born sometime in the 1850s. See how this goes? There is actually one census close to the time of this picture, the 1880 census. I learned a lot about Arthur Clifford. In 1880, he was 28 years old, a well-established physician, and newly married, the son of a former governor. A well-established family. He gets married in February of 1880 to a woman from Detroit whose her father's worth 5 times what his family's worth. Why did he marry Kate? I haven't figured that out yet. Cards with a purpose. So card photographs were taken because you wanted to document someone in your family, but they were also taken and exchanged. So did Arthur Clifford give this photograph to a patient? Did he give it to Kate before he married her? They meet somewhere and he gave her the card? Anything is possible. But in researching Kate and Arthur, I discovered some unsettling facts. I looked at databases for deaths and found out that Kate died in 1900 of leukemia, and she was already a widow at the age of 46. And I remember sitting at my desk and I'm thinking, what? What happened to Arthur? Where could Arthur be? I didn't find Arthur's death record. What happened to Arthur? Where could he be? Where did he die? What happened to this well-established doctor from a wealthy family? A golden boy, everything to live for. In fact, what I discovered in the newspapers, by the way, they have a child in about 9 months after they get married, they have a kid, a baby. I found a record of Arthur Clifford in the newspaper. I was looking to find a record of his business or some additional information about Clifford. What I found made me sit back in my chair. He kills himself in February of 1881, a 6-month-old baby at home. And he does it on a train. Startling, right? If Arthur Clifford is in your family history, it's probably an event never spoken of. But this photograph is proof of a man's life. It's powerful. Each one of your family photographs tells a story, and each one of your family photographs can be just as powerful to you, to your family history. Now I'm turning the tables on you. Spot the clues. If you've come by my booth, I've got this blown up, tacked to the curtain. You can spot the clues, right? So the clues are the shoes, the cars. Somebody said Halloween, maybe. I don't know. I think it's a harvest festival. I don't really know. I bought this photograph because I thought the kids were so cute in their little costumes. Here's the thing, though. Name the vegetables. I spent a couple of days on the vegetables. Right, so I'm going to give you the key in just a minute. Think about what the vegetables are. How do you find out what vegetables look like if you don't want to go to the grocery store? And you don't want to be seen as this sort of strange person in the produce department saying, "Is this what a beet looks like?" You use a visual dictionary, a dictionary of pictures, of illustrations of things. I can't tell you how many times a visual dictionary saved me. Train construction, bridges, vegetables. It's all there. Do you want to see the key? Or at least the key? And I'll explain my reasoning behind the key. Okay, so the cars date the picture to the 1920s. But involved in figuring out what vegetables were there, right? I had to look and figure out what these vegetables looked like from top to bottom, leaves to stem. And also, believe it or not, I looked at 1920s cookbooks online. What were the most popular vegetables in the 1920s? We've got Bib lettuce on the left. Everybody gets the carrot. We've got a radish or a tomato, a turnip, a strawberry. That took me forever. A yellow bean or a parsnip. This poor little guy, his mother didn't sew very well. The bottom of him is a parsnip. The hat is a yellow bean. Spinach on the far right. So photographs can be powerful in many ways, but you can also have a lot of fun with them. If you've enjoyed this lecture, please go to my website, maureentaylor.com, sign up for my newsletter, come to my booth, take a look at this photograph and spot the blue-eyed girl in the picture. Get a look at those vegetables and that one fruit up close. And go to my Learn Center online and learn a little bit more about your family photographs. Now, we have a few minutes for questions. Yes, but you need to come up to the mic so we can, everybody can hear it. Can you come? There's a mic in this aisle. Is there a mic in that aisle? All right.
I have purchased frames with these pictures in it, and then I become obsessed. Like, what do I do with them now? What do I do with all these photos that are in my family? I don't know who they are, and nobody else wants them. What are you going to do with your photo portraits?
The ones I've identified that I've bought that have names on the back and I researched them, I'm pondering that. Your question about, so you're saying that you buy orphan photos and you don't know, you buy the frames, but then you have the pictures in them. Well, you know, you can put them online on deadfred.com and see if somebody connects with them because it's a small town. Yeah, the actual photos. You can post. Well, somebody might come forward and say they identify it. They know who it is. Believe it or not, this happens all the time. People make connections online. Or, you know, I collect photographs. I love them. Yeah. I think there needs to be a museum of, you know, sort of like the Christmas story of the unwanted toys. Yeah. I think about that a lot at home, too. Like, how can we make that happen? Another question, yes.
You'd mentioned earlier that we didn't need to take pictures, that it was being videotaped.
Yes, this is being
Where
taped.
can we go to see that presentation?
This will be on RootsTech.org. You know, at the end of the conference, it takes a little while. They put them up online and you can watch them. They're on demand. You can just stream them and watch them.
All right, thanks so much.
Great. Any other questions? Okay. I've got someone over here. Yes, go ahead. Where'd she go? Yeah.
What was the website you mentioned when you put the orphan photos up?
Dead Fred.
My grandpa was a photographer for World War II, so he traveled around. So we have a suitcase of all these vintage photos from that time, and they're just there. And I just thought these are somebody's family. So Dead Fred. Okay,
Dead Fred, you can post them online. Yeah, if you have some photos that are not part of your family. Yes.
That the stereographs were printed on the yellow stock card?
Late 1860s, early 1870s for the yellow card stock on the cards. Oh, we have a line. Yes.
Maybe Dead Fred is an answer for me, but I inherited several photos from family, so I know they're family pictures, but nobody knows who they are. And I have put pictures, I've scanned these pictures, I put them on Facebook, I put them in the newspaper in the counties that they might have come from. Nobody can identify.
So they're your family photos?
They're my family photos, but they're from a great aunt, and she didn't know who they were from.
So this is what I do. I meet with you, we talk about when the photograph was taken, we look at your family history, and we connect the dots.
Okay.
I offer this as a service on MaureenTaylor.com. Absolutely, stop by my booth. I was doing it this morning, right? Where's the woman in the front? Yeah, it's my cheerleader for the day. Yes.
You gave some clues as to what we look for.
Yes.
But the photo examples that you showed were of pictures taken like by a professional photographer.
Yes.
What about the family pictures that a family member takes? Are there additional clues that we can use to identify those?
Absolutely. Are there additional clues to look at when you're looking at your family photographs? And I'm assuming they're talking about 20th century photographs.
From the 30s.
Yes, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s even. There are unidentified photographs now floating around from the 1960s. And you look at what's in the background. What's happening in the background? Where could it possibly been taken? Your grandmother's backyard? Are there plants in the garden that help you? What are they wearing? Are there vehicles in the picture? You look at whatever you can possibly find. Appliances in a kitchen, for instance.
I have a picture of an Indian woman, I think. It's a formal photograph. Do you have any resources that are really good with Indian, helping with the Indian pictures?
Native American photographs?
Mm-hmm.
I look at photographs from all over the world, from all different ethnicities. I've been doing this now for so long, it's embarrassing.
Are there any websites that might be more helpful than the others? I just don't know really where to go to even...
I'd have to see it to give you advice, to point you in the right direction.
Thank you.
It's hard for you just to describe a photograph. Yes?
How reliable are the photo recognition software tools where I think this is one person, maybe it's the same person in another one? How much reliability should I put on that?
So photo recognition is about 50% reliable on a good day. So the person, if you're trying to compare two photographs, the two pictures, they have to have the exact identical pose in the face to match it up. No glasses, hairline discrepancies can throw it off. And if you have a series of relatives who all look alike, then it's going to confuse it as well. You want to figure out how reliable it is? Do a Google search of your face on Google Images and see what pops up. You won't believe it.
My mother-in-law has a whole attic full of pictures, but in this one section, they're glass. And they don't have you just have to do the research. In Connecticut, is there some kind of a way to research glass photos?
Well, are they
They're
on
Civil War uniforms?
Yes, yes, absolutely. There's resources for everything. If they're on glass, like an amber type, I'm thinking is what you're saying. It's hard to know without looking at them to say if they're a daguerreotype or an amber type.
Some are on glass and some are tin, I think, or
some are tin.
Some are metal or
metal. They're tin types. Right. So stop by my booth and we'll talk about resources for Civil War photos.
Here?
Well, 1144 is my booth.
Thank you.
Great. One more question and then I got to get out of here so somebody else can come in.
In my family, we have, I've seen in my grandmother's house, a few different photos that are behind I don't know if it's like a concave or convex glass.
Yep.
Is that a kind of thing that, I'm always wondering, how can I get a copy of a photo like that? Do you know anything about?
I do, actually. That's also a really common question. Okay. So you have a curved photograph. You can't scan it because it's curved. If you get a portable photo studio, like the Shopbox people in the exhibit hall, you can photograph that picture without getting glare and reflection.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I hope you'll all come to me with your photo mysteries because there's nothing more I enjoy than putting the pieces together for you. Thank you so much.
Hello and welcome to RootsTech. A hearty welcome to all of you that have taken the time to come in here and to learn about how to research the women in our family. And also a hearty welcome to those around the world that will be seeing this as it's streamed to you. I am going to dedicate this particular class to my mother. My parents were great genealogists. This is a picture of my mother just shortly after she had left a church picnic, and she and my father were going to transcribe some headstones in a cemetery nearby. In her arms, she's holding a tablet, not the tablets like we know today, but a real tablet. And 4 days later, I was born. So when people ask me, Peggy, how long have you been doing this? I can say I've been doing this since before I was born, because I really have. So that's both me and my mother in this picture. Let's get started with some things that we may see coming up. Let me see. As we learn about our maternal ancestors, half of which are the people that are on our pedigree chart. Back in older times, they would have used maybe newspaper ads to place some newsy items in there that may apply as on a public basis. My wife Elizabeth has absconded from my bed and board, will pay no debts of her contracting. And this is by John Meeker. They would put this out so that in case that there was a separation taking place, that if she ran up any debts of any type, then you know what? You're on your own. I'm not going to pay your bills for you. Another one, my wife Catherine has left my bed and board. I will not be responsible for debts of her contracting. Also, persons desirous of stone, masonry, brick laying, or plastering may depend on their work being done in a workmanlike manner. So if you're going to pay for the ad, let's just go ahead and get your money's worth and, scoot a little bit more things in there. My wife Nancy Flood has left me without cause or provocation. I am determined to pay no debts of her contracting. She is a trifling, good-for-nothing jade any way you can fix it. I warn all against harboring, feeding, or running away with her under penalty of having their peepers blackened and their noses mashed until they are as flat as trenchers. Jessie M. Flood. Okay, the response. Very clear of it. Jesse M. Flood, a fellow who calls me his wife, has wickedly shown me the bottom of his foot. And not satisfied with running away between supper and breakfast, the slab-sided, lantern-jawed rascal has advertised me for a jade. What he says about me is as false as he is trifling. He has cleared the kitchen, leaving me his children to feed without a cent of money. I made him a good wife, but he is a sour, ill-natured, real-footed, and bandy-legged scamp. He can't transmopulate a particle of syllogistical science, nor can he fuzzmulticate the least phensocoinostiveness from the vulganatorial mind of an idiosticated wife. I caution all transfulmanatorial girls from having anything to do with him, as he has a white liver, hoping that he will continue to measure dirt and never show his hatchet face in these parts again. I remain Nancy Flood. Okay. I don't know what some of these words mean, but I don't need to. I get the idea of what is going on here. This is the Facebook of their time, just kind of going after each other all the time. My mother, bless her heart, she always said to me, don't give something for people to talk about at the dinner table that night. Can you imagine when they read this in the newspaper, what people were talking about that night? Oh my. One final one here. This one kind of made me sad. To be sold for 5 shillings, my wife Jane Heband. She is stoutly built, stands firm, and is sound wind and limb. She can sow, reap, hold a plow, and drive a team. Would answer any stout man that can hold a tight rein, for she is hard-mouthed and headstrong, but if properly managed, would either lead or drive as tame as a rabbit. Her husband parts with her because she is too much for him. Inquire at the printer. H.B. And a P.S., all her clothes will be given with her. Okay, if my husband, for one moment, advertised me for sale, my attitude is, at some point you're going to need to go to sleep at night. Do you really want to? Do you think that'd be a good idea with me mad at you like that? Well, as we research our foremothers, then we are also looking, like I said, at half of our lines on a pedigree chart. At the Family History Center, where my husband and I are co-directors, many years ago, a man came in, and he wanted some help with his genealogy on his particular last name. So we began to find all these records for him and took him really far back, a long time, to the first immigrants that came into Maryland. And at one point I said to him, I said, George, don't you want to research your mother's line? Oh, no, I just want to research the bloodline. And I'm like, George, how do you think you got here? No, but I could not convince him that he also needed to research the maternal line of his family. What we're going to talk about today are two types of ways to research our foremothers. Many of them are going to be sources created by the woman herself, and the other ones will be sources created about her. I'd like to point out that this on the right is a marriage bond giving permission for the daughter to be married. And even though that might look a little bit difficult to read, that is actually pretty good handwriting. And that's something that as you get into the cadence of the handwriting, then you're able to kind of figure it out for yourself. But so there are many ways that we are able to research these women. A site that I use quite often is Cindy's List. I'm telling you, if there's something that I don't know something about, I will go to Cindy's List. And if I didn't end up there, I realize that's where I should have started, because she has, oh my goodness, hundreds of thousands of links. This woman does not sleep. So I would suggest going there and looking at some of the things that are available for you to click on that can help you as you are researching any parts of your family in just about any locality. One of the things that I think is very important is to look at what personally was written by your ancestor. My parents were not very educated. They came from the southeastern and the northeastern parts of Kentucky. And education was not a big deal for them. But my mother did her best to be able to scratch down a few of her memories. She did not go past the 6th grade, neither did my father. My father spent 3 years in the 4th grade. But because of, well, they finally kicked him out because they were tired of him, and he was fine. But as I read through her journal and transcribed them and then put them up onto Family Search, I looked at this cook stove. This was her first cook stove that she had when she first got married. And it was because of her journal that I was able, when I was studying or working to become an accredited genealogist, I was able to trace back a line that had proof then from personal knowledge on the marriage of a set of my grandparents way back in the late 1800s. It was because of her journal. She knew those grandparents. Thanks to my father's side of the family, the same county that these grandparents were married in, his family had burned the courthouse down twice. And my dad was so proud of that. I'm like, Dad, you know, oh, damn, somebody was found guilty and they burned it down. So they built it again and they burned it down again. As we get to learn about our female ancestors, good sources that can help us learn about their social history are extremely important, because even though they might have lived in isolated places, there was a lot going on in that county, in that state, in the nation that may have directly affected them. One of the best sites that I have seen, and it was also a PBS show that came on, and it was also transcribed into a book called A Midwife's Tale. It's the diary of Martha Ballard. And I'm telling you, when this came on PBS, I told my children, I told my husband, I don't care if there's blood on the walls, do not bother me. I have got to see this. I'm not related to her, but she paints a beautiful picture of what it was like to be a midwife, getting into her canoe and traveling up and down the Kennebec River in Maine to deliver babies. One of the excerpts that you see at the bottom left of the screen says, October 15th, I have been home, clear except some showers. We had company this afternoon, Mrs. Hannah North and Mrs. Cheever and Mrs. Weston from Cohorse. Mr. Savage here informs me that Mrs. Foster has sworn a rape on a number of men, among whom is Judge North. Shocking indeed. This is the type of thing that tells what was going on. Though these women may not have been related, that there was a scandal that was going on, and they would have all known about this. This is what that journal looked like. So it has been transcribed and you can read it. This is what she says on another day, the 18th, the 2nd, at Captain Malloy's birth 48th. She's delivered 48 babies. At Captain Malloy's, his lady in labor, her women called in. It was a severe storm of rain, cleared of with snow. My patient delivered 8 hours, 5 minutes evening of a fine daughter. Her attendants, Mrs. Clark, Dutton, Sewell, and myself. We had an elegant purr, whatever that might be, and I tarried all night at Captain Malloy's daughter. Now, as you look at this, you see some other clues that are there. You see other women that are mentioned. And at that time, when a midwife was called in, other women, if you see something that says her women were called in and they were paid, there were lying-in expenses, these women were paid to come in and to help with the birth. And that was common quite a bit into the 17 and 1800s, and even today sometimes too. One of the things that I have somewhat become a little bit enamored with are the number of illegitimacies and bastardy cases that are also given. And I'm working on a presentation to be given later this year in that regard. This is from my own county back in Ohio, and these are transcribed from the county court records that are there. The bastardy case of a Jesse Adams. Another one coming down here. In Squire McDermott's court, bastardy proceedings to have been begun by Chloe Darling against Lloyd Darling, a relative. And she became pregnant. So these were taken to court. And the reason they were taken to court is so that they would be able to name the father so that that girl would not be a burden upon the family, the girl and her child. Back in the case of Martha Ballard, the midwife in Maine, as she is delivering an illegitimate child, she is asking the girl, who is the father? Who is the father? And the girl won't name the father. And finally, in the hard travails of labor, Martha is again saying, who is the father? And the girl names the father, and it is Martha's own son. She is delivering her own grandson and didn't know it. So these can be a very, very important clue for you as you look in county records and find where these may have been taken to court, if you're finding things that just aren't adding up in your genealogy research. Particularly in New England, you may see where a couple has gotten married and they have a CF after their name. That stands for they confessed to fornication. That means that the baby was born 7 months or earlier. What is it? They say that the first baby can come anytime and all the rest take 9 months. So this means that this baby would have been born a little bit sooner than what they would have planned for it to be born. And in one of the cases, one Sybil Goff, daughter of Thomas and Thompson Mathis Goff, was in bastardy court in the January 1809 term for having an illegitimate child. The following was from the Duplin County Court minutes. Sybil Goff came before the court and prayed to be allowed from out of the estate of Jacob Newton, deceased, the sum of £5 for lying-in expenses. Remember the women that were called in. On having a bastard child with which upon oath she charges Jacob Newton with being the father. This child is thought to be David Goff, born 1796 in Duplin County. This is in court in 1809, and yet this child was born in 1796. A lot of illegitimacies, they were more common than what we might think. This is taken from a time period from the 1640s to the 1680s, showing the amount of people confessing to fornication and the possibility of illegitimacies just in New England. How do you find these items? Well, I think one of the things that we may not do as often as we should is place a genealogical query in some of the quarterlies or in some of the web pages where some of our ancestors may have lived. So we do need to kind of learn how to write the proper form of a query and see if there's anybody there. There's usually somebody that knows everybody that ever lived in that county or knows everything about them, to see if there's anything there, and to visit the actual state and library and archives and public libraries that usually will have a little history room there. Sometimes you just have to make the trip. It's not always going to be on that internet site. And what you want to ask them, are there any papers that are available for that ancestor. This stands for papers that have not been published, like in book form or anything, but they might be hanging in a vertical file somewhere. So that's what you want to ask them. On some of the websites, you might even see where there are family Bibles. And who was it that kept the family Bibles usually? It was the women in the family. This one is a family Bible from my husband's family, and it's in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. And it's there. I want to go see that. I want to touch it. It's behind glass, so I'd probably get in a lot of trouble. But there it is. Now, the thing is, let's think about something. If you had an ancestor that was born in Tennessee, and she and her family, they moved to the frontier around Independence, Missouri, and that was the frontier at the time, the western boundaries. She meets someone, and they get married, and he has gold fever. And so they leave and they go to the Oregon coast. And after she lives her life there and raises a family and keeps a journal, nobody really knows what to do with that journal, so it's given to somebody, maybe a grandson, somewhere down the line, who lives in Denver, Colorado. Okay, now look at all of the different places where this woman lived, starting in Tennessee, moving to Missouri, moving to Oregon, and then what she has written down, nobody really wants, and it is given to a grandson in Denver. How in the world would you ever find that? Well, one way is with NUCMUC. And NUCMUC stands for the National Union Catalog of Manuscript Collections. It's on the Library of Congress website. Starting in 1959, the Library of Congress asked that all public libraries give a report of their accessions through the year. And that is one way that you would be able to get on there and find out, is this diary part of maybe the Denver Public Library System? That is one way that you're able to find out. Another way using NUCMUC, I used the arrow there to point to something that says search on Archive Grid. I wasn't really sure what Archive Grid was. So I clicked on that and I thought, okay, well, it says to search for something. So up in the top right, I have a Walker family that lives in Rockbridge County, Virginia, and I had hit a standstill on that. So I thought, okay, well, let's see if there's anything there. So I hit Rockbridge County Walker family and everything. This is what came up. The Walker family papers, 1753 is the earliest one that they have. And there's all kinds of papers about this family that lived there, and even receipts that they got from the local merchants and things like that. And I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I would love to look at that. I would love to look at that. I go onto a different page, it talks a little bit more about that. And it is the Walker family in Rockbridge County, Virginia. So I'm thinking, I really, really want to look at this, but I don't have any idea, how to get it, because you can't get this to be pulled up online, those 1,200 pages. So it told me at the end that this contains a guide to the Walker family papers, 1753 to 1873. And then at the bottom, something very important came up. It said this is from the special collections in the University of Virginia Library. That saved me a lot of time right there. Even though I can't look at them online, it told me that this is part of a collection at the University of Virginia. This is what it contains. It has the accession number. It's in the Special Collections Department. Now, why is that important? Because most of the time when I go to Richmond, Virginia, I go to the Library and Archives because there's so much stuff there from the entire state. So that's usually where I spend my time, but it's not there. It's in Charlottesville, It's in Charlottesville, and that's over 100 miles away. So most of the time, I'm on the interstate on 95 going through Richmond. But by looking at this, it narrowed it down so that I could not have to make a wasted trip to try to look all over the place trying to find these papers when it tells me exactly where they are in Richmond, Charlottesville, Virginia. As I said, it's important to know what was going on in the country during the time that your family lived there and in their county, bringing it down to the local level. There used to be something called mug books, where they would go around and they would take histories and maybe photos of people that lived in the community. Now, they are very good, and sometimes they're a little bit blown up with some egotism in it, especially if their families were the first ones to live in that county. But at least it may be incorrect information, such as maybe what you see on public trees. That might be incorrect, but don't discount that, because that can be a springboard to take you to the original records that you need to be looking for. Other ones, like the one in the middle called The Great Divorce, that is about people that, a particular lady, it's a true story of someone whose husband joined the Shaker community. And she joined it a little bit later and decided that it wasn't for her. But the Shakers hid her husband and her children. And she spent years trying to track them down, trying to find them all over New England. Oh no, they're not here. Oh no, you can't see them. And the amount of court records and records that are footnoted in this book. I have no Shakers in my family, but it told me the time period in which that family lived in the mid-1800s there. Others are just some different ones that I have read that give me a flavor for the area where my family would have been living. One of the things I love to do is to go in a cemetery. I am at home in a cemetery. Well, I started out in a cemetery with my mother in that first photo with her being pregnant with me. So a lot of times we may go up and down and try to look for women that are in there. Most of the time they're not going to have a maiden name. It's just going to be wife of, or it might be initials. It's kind of hard because a woman loses her identity when she goes from being somebody's daughter to somebody's wife, and then to somebody's mother. And many times they will even have died in childbirth and have a baby that is buried with them. In the past 4.5 years, I have discovered 90 babies in our family that my parents, who were great genealogists, had not listed. The oldest of these babies were 4 years old, but I have discovered 90 more babies that we just did not have. But in a cemetery, you may come across a tombstone that will say Sarah, consort of Joseph Walker. If you see that, that means that she died first. And perhaps if she died in childbirth, there would be a second marriage for Joseph Walker if he's left with a young family. If you see Sarah, relict of Joseph Walker, it means that he died first and she never remarried. She died as a widow. I get that question an awful lot. So remember, consort, she died first. Relict, she died as a widow. These are some tombstones that show where that might be contained on there. Sometimes Nancy, consort of John Lewis. So, most of the time, churches began keeping records a long time before county and state records came about. And so if you are lucky enough to have access to some church records, that's where you need to go. That's where people were married. It's where they were christened. It's where they were buried. It's where a community would come together. Whether or not they were active in that church all their life, I don't know. But at times of great stress in someone's life, they will call upon a church to do that. Some of the things that I have seen just living in Ohio, there's a large amount of Germans that live in Ohio that settled there. And so there are many records that are written in German. There are places online that you can look to help with German transcription as you learn what the words for birth and death and marriage and everything are. You see this down in the left-hand corner. This is a record from a church, it's the Augusta Stone Church in Augusta County, Virginia. And it was begun in 1740. And there are baptismal and marriage records going back that far. It was written in German by John Craig, and later it has been transcribed, and it is online. And they are transcribed not just sequentially, but also alphabetically, that you're able to look through that. By the way, if you do have trouble looking and maybe writing into different languages, look at the Family Search Wiki. For instance, if you are writing a German letter and you really don't know what to say, then look under the German letter writing guide in the Family Search Wiki, and it will tell you how to write Dear Sir or Madam, and it'll say it in German. I am looking for, it'll say it in German, and then you write down like that. You can write an entire letter not knowing German. The wiki is just wonderful. The Quakers were also people who kept wonderful records, mostly, again, by the women. Now, at the Swarthmore College, the Friends Historical Library, a lot of their things are online too, but this is just outside of Philadelphia, where many of the Quakers settled at that time. If you see where the arrow is pointing, you'll see that there is a topic called Quaker History and Genealogy. And they also contain family and personal papers. As we look a little further with that, we can get into some more meat and find an entire thing where they have Quaker meeting records, family personal papers, resources, how to research your Quaker ancestry. Because at these Quaker meeting records, look at all the signatures at the bottom. Those are the people that were in attendance. Or you may see where a child was baptized or someone was married, and everybody that was there was in attendance. So there's a breadcrumb trail to lead you to potential relatives for that person. These personal and family papers that they have at Swarthmore College, it is the largest collection in the Friends Historical Library. And it goes clear back into the mid-17th century, containing papers from that time period. One that I happened to click on was the Allen family papers starting in 1700 to 1954. It gives a little background as to what is in there. If you look in the middle section of this Allen family, you'll see biographical and genealogical material, correspondence, journals and diaries, financial papers, legal papers, all of that just for that Allen family that was there. I'm not related to the Allen family, but I'm dying to look at it. I would love to see what's in there. But also what is contained in there, if you look where the red arrow is, the Allen family papers contain extensive genealogical materials, family correspondence, journals, and memorials which provide excellent source material on Quaker family life in the 19th century in Philadelphia. Of particular interest are the letters from Charles and Rebecca Allen to their children, several of whom were educated at Westtown School. You have a clue there. These children attended school. That can take you to school records. That can take you to another breadcrumb trail that you can follow. Another one would be the Circuit Riders database. Sometimes as we look at our families, we may see where there were one or two children born, and then they got married. And then there was somebody, they had more children after that. Well, one of the things that may have happened is as they moved further west into the frontier, and I'm talking about Ohio being the frontier, that was the West at the time. And they may have wanted to get married, but there wasn't a justice of the peace and there wasn't a minister. So what they would have would be somebody maybe that was kind of respected most in the community. I know Squire Boone was one of them at Fort Boonesboro. He would come and kind of say a few words over the couple to kind of pronounce them married until somebody who did have the authority could come along and marry them. So when you see these things where all of a sudden they have, some children and then they get married, that could be a clue why. I was talking a couple of days ago to a young man, and a collection just went up onto Family Search that he and his sister were finally able to see the marriage of their grandparents. Their grandparents had 7, 8, or 9 children, and didn't get married for like 30 years, something like that. They got married later on, but he had always been looking around the time period when they should have gotten married, and they didn't. It wasn't until many, many years later that they finally did. This is something that you might want to do a Google search for to see if perhaps there were some preachers that went through and mentioned your ancestors in their diaries. Look at the bottom part of this, starting in the middle. The Reverend Joseph Payne preached on Wednesday, October 8th, at Jonathan Offield's from 2 Corinthians chapter 4, verse 18. He also preached on Saturday, May 16th at the widow Offield's. So this man was in the neighborhood of perhaps where your family lived. And since this was in 1806, if you're looking at a family member, widow Offield, you know that by 1806, in May, she was already a widow by then. So that gives you a clue there. I want you to remember that last name, though, because we're going to get to that again in a minute. Most of the time, we follow our families around county boundaries. They, of course, can live in the same house for many, many years and live in many different counties. But what would be very beneficial for you is to make a list of all the localities where your ancestors would have lived. Now, I believe greatly in getting very familiar with maps. My husband and I, we love looking at maps, and we have a huge collection, both current and historical. Look to see where your ancestors lived and mark it, highlight it in yellow, because then you'll be able to see a migration trail, perhaps, of where they ended up and where they were coming from as you run across more records. And then in those counties, go onto the Family Search Wiki, go onto the county websites, and get a list of the repositories there that may help you in being able to find those ancestors. Let me give you an example. This is where I live, where the arrow is pointing in Ohio. That's what Ohio looked like in 1800, and this particular map came from mapofus.org. 10 years later, Ohio had already become a state. So by then, the counties are being divided up a little bit more because the population is increasing. This is a book by William Thorndale and William Dollarhide, and it is one of the most valuable books I have because it will show you in the black lines in 1810 what the counties looked like then, and then the white lines underneath it showed what the counties are today. So again, looking at where the arrow is pointing, that's where I live in Richland County, Ohio today, but it wasn't Richland County in 1810. It was part of Knox County. So going back and looking at those records, if I tried to find them for anybody, I wouldn't find them. I would have to go to the records in Knox County to look. 1860, Ohio is already divided up into basically what it is today. Now, I also want you to consider something else. There are several places in the United States that have 2 county seats. Now, that really threw me for a loop. And if you do a regular Google search on county seats, then you will see a list of the counties in the United States that have more than one. So if a courthouse burned down, or if you're going to a courthouse and you're just not finding the records that you should be able to find there, is there more than one county seat? In Lee County, Iowa, there is. And this is a page from just doing a Google search on county seats that has a list of all of the counties that have more than one. Do you realize how much that could benefit you? I want you to think also about what the terrain, the geographical terrain looked like where your family lived. It was hard. It was hard to get around. It was tough being jostled. And one of the excerpts I read from somebody, he went through Ohio, and he said that there was not one place on the property he was given for bounty land that he could not stretch out his hands and touch a tree. Now, I realize if you're from the West, that may be hard to imagine, but in Ohio, I have trees that grow in my gutter if I don't clean them out. I mean, they're little sprouts of maple trees. Get out of my gutter. You're going to weigh the thing down like that. So it was hard getting around to all of the different places you may need to go. Let me give you an example. The star on the bottom represents where one of my families lived. It's in Floyd County, Kentucky. Up to the northwest in Prestonsburg is the county seat. That's where they should go to pay their taxes. That's where they should go to get married. That's where they should go for court days or anything like that. But there's also a lot of hills in between where my family lived and in Prestonsburg. But next door in Pike County, it's not that far. So if you're not finding what you think you ought to be finding in the county records where your family lived, then look next door and look at a good topographical, geographical map that will tell you what it looked like from a bird's eye view to look down and to see what they might have had to travel over to get there. I'm going to talk for a moment about my awful family. Yes, it's awful, O-F-F-I-L-L. Now remember, the preacher that went to Widow Oldfield's house, I believe that that's probably what it might have come from, the Oldfields or the Oldfields. But it might have gotten slanged or twanged a little bit too much and might have gotten dragged into awful. It's my awful family. So we see Elzaphan Awful here and his wife, Martha Patsy Everman. And we see a whole string of kids, and it actually even goes beyond that whole string of kids there. And I'm not thinking too much about those children because I'm kind of concentrating on my direct line ancestor, which is the second child, Melinda. So I'm not really thinking too much about it. I find the family in the 1860 census, and I see Elzaphan, or Elsie as they're calling him, and I see Martha, and I see Louisa, and I see John, and I see a whole bunch of initials, JPKW, whatever that is. Must have been too long to write his name, but this is the 1860 census for Carter County, Kentucky. Again, I'm not thinking too much about this because it looks like they have a girl and 2 boys at this time living in their home. So I'm not too upset about that. But I go 10 years earlier and I see the whole family again, and that one child, John E., is now listed as a female. Remember? Male, John E. 10 years earlier, female. What do we have going on here? Is this one of those things where you get onto a TV set and throw chairs at each? What is going on here? Because I'm like, how do I figure this one out? Which one is she? Because I couldn't find her much after that one, after that 1860 census. Well, I do keep my trees public. I do that because I want to make connections with people. But this is long before there were anything like public trees. This was many years ago with the old family registry. That shows how long ago I've been doing this, where you would fill out a form and just put down the names of the families that you were looking for and send it to Salt Lake City. And it would come out periodically on a set of microfiche. So one day I get a letter in the mail, and there is a man from California. And he says, I bet you're wondering about my great-great-grandmother, John Ellen Offal. I'm like, oh my goodness, she was a female. And it kind of tells me that when they were taking the census, that maybe they were writing it down and they kind of went home and are writing it out better onto the big ledgers, and oh, John, well, that's not a female, that's a male. So that was a mistaken thing. Well, that got me curious. He sent me this beautiful picture. I think she's a handsome woman. She's dressed better than anybody in my family. My family, they were the homespun and calico. They were the bib overalls. They were the flour sacks. I don't know where she got the money for this because nobody else in the family ever had it. She married a man named John. So John married John. They had a son named John. Her grandparents, both grandparents were named John. She has 2 great-grandparents, John and Johann, that were, why did they name her John? I don't know, because they had a whole string of girls, and then they just must have really wanted to name somebody after one of the grandfathers as an honor. But if they just waited one more child, they had another boy coming up. And that all those letters that I said, well, I don't know who that is. That's James K. Polk Offal. JKP Offal. I'm so glad I live now. And I always tell my children, you should be so, so grateful I didn't name you after some of my ancestors, because my daughter, who has a beautiful name of Harmony, could have been named John, but she's not. Some of the women that came over to America came in some of the most unfortunate of circumstances. They came as ex-convicts. They came as petty thieves. They came as prostitutes, as vagrants. They also came as apprentices and redemptioners and indentured servants. Now that is an entire different class that I teach. But let me point out that being one of, especially those last 3, that was a tough life. Very, very tough life. Some of them came over on bridal boats, clear into the early 1600s, as there were more men and boys that were coming over here, and they needed some women. And so these maids were offered 120 pounds of tobacco each, and children 20 pounds, to come over here. Many of them came from a place called Bridewell in London. Bridewell was not a good place to be. It was a horrible prison where they put people that maybe didn't even really do anything that bad, but the conditions were not good. So after a while, these brides that were being sent to America, they were of so bad choice as made the colony afraid to desire any others. That says a lot right there. These women basically became slaves. This was the first form of slavery in America, white slavery. And as they were apprenticed or indentured, then they also had to serve 7 years. Many became pregnant, and if they became pregnant, then an additional 2 years was added to that servitude. I read with one of the indentureships that I had come across where a woman did become pregnant, and the child was then also kept in servitude until he was 21 years old, and then he could be freed. There were newspapers that went out and advertised, I've got a servant girl, read this along with me, a servant girl's time to be disposed of, having about 2 years and 4 months to serve, is very fit for coarse work, spins exceedingly well, and would do for county business. And then it tells how to get a hold of her in Philadelphia. A lot of them were Scots-Irish, and they also came over in boatloads too. The groups that came, they came as early basically as 16, 18, and the children were the ones that came first. So if you are looking and you're just not finding anything in about that time period, the children that were roaming the streets of London were scooped up and were put into Brideswell. And they were also brought over mostly into Maryland and Virginia because there were tobacco plantations. And these children were brought to work under some pretty deplorable conditions. The vagrants, the petty thieves, the undesirables, take them and let's have them work. The Irish, the kidnapped. That's why a lot of parents, as they said prayers over their children at night, they were praying so that that the spirits wouldn't get them. Those spirits were the people that would come in and kidnap those children, and they would be spirited away. So they wanted to be protected from the spirits. From the free willers, from the great redemptioners, the Germans that came like that. There were all kinds that came. So if you're running into a roadblock, this may have been the situation. And like I said, that's an entire other presentation that I give. If you would like a handout on that I give, send me an email and just tell me you're from RootsTech, and I'd be happy to send it to you. And all of my information is in there. Going back to Virginia, because so many of our families started from Virginia and came in this direction, I want to read 2 things. Now, I don't normally read to people. I like to have it big enough so you can see it, but this needs to be read as it is written here, starting in the middle. Women servants, right above the red line, who produce children by their masters, could be punished by having to do 2 years of servitude with the church wardens after the expiration of the term with their masters. The law reads that each woman servant got with child by her master shall, after her time by indenture or custom is expired by the church wardens of the parish where she lived, when she was brought to bed of such bastards, sold for 2 years. She has additional time to serve. And again, whereas some doubts have arisen whether children got by any Englishman upon a Negro woman should be slave or free, be it therefore enacted and declared by this present Grand Assembly that all children born in this county shall be held bond or free only according to the condition of the mother. Is she a slave or is she free? And that if any Christian shall commit fornication with a Negro man or woman, he or she so offending shall pay double the fines imposed by the former act. It becomes more important to know what the laws were in the area that your family lived. And that's going into some pretty deep research when you do that. And eventually you'll get there. And especially as you continue your education by coming to conferences and studying and reading and listening to webinars, all of those things can help you as you get a little bit deeper, and you will understand this is important because my ancestor may have been as a result of this. They even have permissions or prostitute permits that were given in Arizona. Never say never. Never say never, because women lived during some pretty desperate times. In my family, my mother always talked about one of her aunts and referred to her as a grass widow. I thought, well, what in the world is a grass widow? I'd never heard of a grass widow, and Mom just never really talked about it too much. A grass widow. It's a slang term for a woman separated from her husband by abandonment or prolonged absence, a woman living apart from her husband. Okay, so why was my mom talking about this all the time? Well, I found out. This is a picture of my great-grandmother, Celia Moore Gerhardt, and my grandmother, Bertha Gerhardt Stevens. This is my mother's mother. Well, in Celia's family, Celia is in purple there, she had a younger sister named Cora Bell. And Cora Bell married a man by the name of Dr. Campbell. And this is the one that my mother referred to as a grass widow. She also said that she slept on 8 pillows. She goes, they never could figure out why. And I said, oh, I can tell you. She probably had a hiatal hernia. How do I know? I know. But Aunt Cora, they just always felt so bad for her. So in my mother's journal, my uneducated mother's journal, she writes in there that Cora Moore Campbell's husband left home one day and didn't return for nearly 20 years. And when he did walk through the door again, she never asked him a single question. Okay, once again, it doesn't take 20 years. All it takes is one night. And if you're gone for one night and you're going to come back through the door, okay, I'm going to ask questions, and if you're not going to answer them, you're going to listen. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to listen to them. And I thought, well, so for that time period, it was rumored 16 years or maybe even as long as 30 years, her husband was gone. Okay, now you think about that, looking on a census record. If you see somebody and it's listed that she's a widow, is she? Or is her husband just gone, ready to come back 20 years later? Or is she married, but there's no husband listed? Could she be a grass widow? Well, again, thanks to my mother, I was looking through some papers that she left for all of us daughters, or 4 daughters in the family, and ran across this newspaper clipping. I have no idea what newspaper it's from. I don't know. But it's called The Roving Doctor of the Hills, and it's written by an Arthur A. Moore. Remember, her name was Celia Moore? So I have not made a connection yet. An entire article about Dr. Campbell that just left home one day and wandered out of the house in eastern Kentucky, went all through Tennessee, went down into North Carolina, South Carolina, curing people, even though he wasn't really a doctor, ended up in jail in Mexico for 15 years, finally got out and came back home. I'm like, oh my gosh, oh, this could be a movie. I don't want to star in it, but I mean, this could be a movie. Oh my. But I have no idea where this newspaper article came from. None whatsoever. I've done so many searches and I've always come up empty. I love pension records. I love military records. I love land records. Turn me loose on those and leave me alone. Let me give you an example of how one of my grandmothers helped me. One of my grandfathers that lived during the Revolutionary War time period, his name is Gilbert Stevens. And he married a woman by the name of Nancy. We could never find Nancy's maiden name, just never came up anywhere. So at this time, things like Fold 3 were not available. You had to send to the National Archives, which is what I did. And I came back with not a newspaper, but all of the articles that came from his pension file. I paid $72 for them, and I had to hold them in both hands to get them in out of the mailbox. It was raining, and I'm trying to protect the genealogy. I don't care about the bills. Just let me protect these documents I just paid $72 for. But in his pension file, he dies, and he's trying to get land that he should be able to get through his service in the Revolutionary War. He dies, and she takes up the cause trying to get this land. She says, in her own words, that she was married to the said Gilbert Stevens on or about the year 1795, the county of Lee, state of Virginia, and that her name before her marriage was Nancy Osborne. She tells me herself what her maiden name is through looking at a military pension file. She says on or about 1795 because she couldn't even remember the date. She couldn't remember the year that she was even born in. What happened with her as she is trying to obtain this pension file? They were from Virginia. If you look at a map of Virginia, it's kind of fat over here, and then it comes down to a point. And then you have Kentucky over here. And you've got North Carolina and Tennessee. And where it comes to a point is Lee County, where she says that she was married. In their marriage, they moved to southeastern Kentucky, excuse me, and after they are there, this is where this petition for this bounty land that he should have been able to receive during his life, it kept up. So Nancy tries to find any place that she has to prove to the government that she's married, and she's not able to come up with anything. She sends letters to people back there. Nothing comes up. There is a man that is making a trip back to Lee County, Virginia. And she says, while you're back there, could you please look and see if there's anybody that came to my wedding, anybody that knew anything about it? And he said, I'd be happy to. He goes to Lee County, Virginia, and while he's there, he dies. So she continues on with this quest, and then she gives me one of the most important clues that she could give me. She says, therefore, she expects she will not be able to produce any public record of her marriage. She saved me so much time and so much money because she spent years trying to find it and couldn't. She eventually was given the land and died about 4 months later. I'd like to point out there where her signature is, you will see an X, and it says her mark. Now, a lot of times when you see this, you may assume that the person that is making an X, that they could not read or write. And that may be the case, but it also could be a sign of their Christian mark. And if you look that up on the internet, I believe it's called Rio or something like that. I've got it in another thing. What they are saying that I am making this mark and I'm giving you my Christian testimony that what I have said here is true. So it doesn't mean that they couldn't write. It just means that they are attesting that, yes, what I'm saying is the truth. Some of the earliest records you're ever going to find are in land records. And if you see where land is being sold to a woman for a very small amount, that could be coming from a family relative that is selling her money and being gracious with her. Some of the earliest land records you'll ever find are land records. And even when the courthouses burned down, most of the time they would go back in and re-record those deeds. But they may not record the marriage records or anything else, but they're going to record their land because that was precious to them. My personal rule, follow the money. Even if your family had no money, you follow the money every single time. One of the sites that I love to use is called US GenWeb, and it's a free site. And you'll see on this page here that there's all of the states listed on to the left. I decided to go into Pennsylvania, and I chose Berks County, which is just right outside of Philadelphia. And it's a wonderful website. Look at all of the things on the left-hand side of the page that they have uploaded. Every single state in the United States and almost every county has a county coordinator that is uploading things to these pages all the time. And so on that, if you click onto Bible records, you'll see a whole bunch of people that have turned in maybe transcriptions of what they have on Bible records in their possession. You'll see naturalization records that go clear back to 1729. You see that during the Bible record time period, that's all that they had to record their births and their deaths and their marriage during that time. So I just happened to click on John Gerber. I don't know the family, I just wanted to see what was on here. And you see children of John Gerber, and then you also see children of John Gerber with his second wife. And then you see the first wife died, and you see, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff coming straight from this Bible. And where does it come from? The Ohio Genealogical Society in Mansfield, Richland County, Ohio. I live 5 minutes from it. But it was taken from papers that were donated there that particularly apply to a family that lived outside of Philadelphia. Now, would this really do me any good? Well, not me personally, because I live in Mansfield. But what if I lived in South Dakota? What if I didn't have access to be able to run to the Ohio Genealogical Society? Like I said, I love maps, and so I'm always interested in early landowner maps. So I thought, okay, let me look at the Tulpehocken Pioneer Homesteads. And this is what came up. This is a map of the neighborhood from 1723. It's a bird's eye view. It tells you who was living next to each other because they married who they knew close by to them. I am so excited, and I have nobody on this map I'm related to, but I'm like, oh my gosh, you got to see this. I showed my husband, look at this. So I was curious, are there maps in other places like this? In one of the classes I taught, this man raised his hand and he said, Peggy, you need a Hildebrand map. Okay, what's a Hildebrand map? He says, just call Roanoke, Virginia. They'll tell you what they are. Oh, okay, well, who do I call? Oh, just call Roanoke. They'll tell, oh, okay, I'll take it from there. So I called the Roanoke Public Library. And I said, do you have Hildebrand maps? Oh, law, honey, yeah, we've got all of them. Which one do you want? I don't even know what they are. And I said, okay, you've got all of them. How much is a complete set? $96. Okay. I said, do you take Visa? Law, no, honey, you just throw a check in the mail. We'll put these in a tube, we'll send them right off, they'll cross. Okay. So I called up my sisters. Girls, come on, cough this up. We're all in this together here. So these maps came, and nothing got done in my house. Nothing. There was hair growing on my dishes. I didn't care, because these maps that came are the best maps I have ever seen. They're called settlement maps. And a cartographer by the name of J.R. Hildebrand went through several counties in Virginia, only Virginia, so I already know what you're thinking, and began to look for when that particular person first appeared in county court records. And so he puts their name on a map and puts the very first year that they appeared. This particular map for Franklin County, Virginia, covers 1786 to 1886. I'll show you a close-up of it. Doesn't that just make you want to drool? I mean, these are my people. And how to order these, the very last slide that I will show you will have a listing of all of the maps and how to order them. So you all will know what a Hildebrand map is. When we look at marriage records, some of the marriage records that come are, actually this is a good one to look at. There are some that are not so good. But this one is as good as it's going to get with this. But sometimes they're kind of hard to read. We thought that John B. Collier and Rebecca Roberts were married on the 20th of February, 1852. On the left side of the page, you will see what is called a marriage bond. Their names are listed, and there's a bond being paid to assure that the marriage will take place. The entry on the right is the minister's return on the 22nd, 2 days later, saying that I have performed this marriage, and it is good to go. So sometimes you might need a little bit of help, like with a yellow paper, to lay down on top of those images to help them stand out. Because black on yellow is the easiest for our eyes to rest on. Think of a yield or a merge sign or a school bus. See how that pops out a little bit better for you. Another thing would be a Gretna green. Gretna greens came over from Scotland. It was the last house in Scotland or the first house in Scotland, depending on which way you crossed the border. A lot of times young couples that ran away to get married, they went to a Gretna green. And with that, they got married without anybody's permission. So, did that come over here? Did you ever hear that perhaps somebody was married by an anvil priest? They were married in a blacksmith shop. These are the Gretna greens in the United States. And you can go to the Family Search Wiki yourself, and that map will be brought up and explain to you all what you have to do to look at them. I'm going to skip ahead here just for a second. Oh, matter of fact, there's divorce colonies too. You want to look at those. Legal ages in the United States can vary depending, again, on the statutes, depending on where they lived. Look to see what the state laws were as to when both men and women could sign and attest to certain things. Go into school records. Look on the census, like the 1940 census. See if they attended school, like my grandparents did. I didn't think anybody did, but look at all the things that you may find on there. As you are looking through this, and excuse me, I'm going to slip ahead here right to the end. These are from passport photos that would have come from somebody that was lost for 20 years and was discovered that she had gone to Shanghai with a nice young dentist. And her photos come up. So when you are looking for your female ancestors, if you are looking for her as a daughter, then look for her in the records of her parents. If you're looking for her as a wife or a widow, look for her in the records of her husband. If she was a mother, look for her in the records of her children. If she is a grandmother, look for her in those records too. I have a pen pal relationship going on with my granddaughter. Look for her in the records of her siblings. Look in the records of maybe an aunt or an uncle. And look for her in the records of her grandparents. Look for a record of a friend that may have kept a journal and mentioned a lunch that you had together. Or look with just neighbors that you had when you all got together. These all go together to collate together in what Elizabeth Shown Mills calls the fan club, the friends and the neighbors and the associates. Do not give up researching for your ancestors, your foremothers. They are there. And if they could talk, oh, the things that they could tell us. With that, I wish you luck. Don't give up on those wonderful women. So thank you.